serious problem. Our people have a very serious problem. America's problem is self-destruction. 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 Well, today's topic, self-destruction. Humiliate the rap audience's bucket. It's one of two suckers, ignorant brothers, trying to rob and steal from one another. You get caught in the mid. Such a harsh that stereotype is what we did. We got ourselves together so that you unite and fight for what's right. Not negative. Cause the way we live is positive. We don't kill our relatives.
Headlines, page and raps, the name. MC tonight did state the bottom line. The black on black crime was way before our time.
From right with a knife, let's fight, cry, die, down with left, very last. Well, I slept, watch your step. My brother and sister, well, hey, how could you say, man? I never ran from the truth, and I shouldn't have, but from a black man, cause that's self-destruction. 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 Today's my throat.
Funky fresh dressed to impress, ready to party. Money in your pocket, dying to your body. To get inside, you pay the whole $10. Got safe with a razor blade, take to your collar. Leave your butts in the crack and the knobs alone. MC lights on the microphone, bum rushing and pushing, snatching and taxing. I can't understand why brothers don't be maxing. There's only one disco, that blows one more. You ain't guarding the door. So what you got a gun for? Do you rock a bitch and give to the floor, young daddy-o?
Move this face from the mouth. Why daddy-o? You will crime, end up in jail and gotta go. Cause you do crime and get paid today, and tomorrow you're behind bars in the worst way. Why from your family? Cause you're locked away. Now tell me, do you really think crime pays on taking what your brother had?
You sucker.
You talking all that jazz.
It's time to stand together in unity. Cause if not, then you'll be soon be self-destroyed, unemployed. The rap race will be lost without a trace. Or a clue what to do. Then stop the violence and kick the science. Down the road that we call eternity. Where knowledge is formed and you learn to be self-sufficient, independent. To teach the East is what rap intended, but society wants to invade. So do not walk this path that they laid it. Self-destruction and self-destruction. Self-destruction. Be nice. Get it down like this.
Get it right through and we get the music and go back and understand.
Self-destruction and self-destruction. Self-destruction.
I'm just melody and I'm a born again down. The Bible says that the sister said, we wanna come and grow to another level. Can't be anything out. The enemy knows there no rules because everyone knows the hip-hop rules. So we gotta get back what's for. The opposition is weak and the back is strong.
This is all about me down to South Island. The first, this album is solid. Swing. Be educated, evaluated, awesome, adaptated. The only thing left is the memories of bobulated. And I hate it when someone dies and they all hurt up. So silly change, jump word up. Doesn't make you a big man. And you wanna go and dish your brother, man. And you don't know that's part of the plan. Why? Because rap music is important, man. Understand?
Self-destruction and self-destruction.
My name is Chiefautochthon, and I'm a rockstar. I was known as the gangster, but believe me, that is no fun. The time is now to unite everyone. You don't have to be soft to be the beast. Robbing and killing and murdering is the least. You don't have to be chained like the beast. The party people is time I release.
Hey, yo, here's the situation.
Idiocy, nonsense, violence, not a good policy. Therefore, we must ignore, fight and fussing. Happens at the tussle, there'll be no bump rushing. Let's get together from falling apart. I heard a brother shot another and broke my heart. I don't understand the difficulty. People love your brother, treat him as an equal. They call us animals. I don't agree with them. I prove it wrong. Niggas what you're proving them. Take heed before I think you want to say it. Or we'll all be on our knees. Friend.
deep in the heart of the matter. The self-destruction is served on a platter. Making a day, not failing to anticipate. They got greedy, so they fell for the bait. That makes them a victim. Jack in jail, but took the best never done. It's not a rock, cause in jail you're a number. They never took the time to wonder about it. Stop this, stop shit. Stop this, stop shit. Stop this, stop shit. Yes, we urge to merge, we live for the love of our people to hope they get along. Make a point to our brothers and sisters who know the time.
So we gotta ride.
Instead of your heads, you know our job to build and collect ourselves with intellect. To evolve the self-respect.
Cause we got to keep ourselves in check. Or else it's
Stop this, stop shit. Stop this, stop shit. Stop this, stop shit. Stop this, stop shit.
Invader, this holy invader. Invader, send holy invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Where the fuck am I going? Who the hell can I be? All this time I've been lost. Been trapped in the sea. Chains holding my legs. I just want to be free. This picking my throat. Hell yeah, they know it. Heritage keep going. You can see it in my phenotypes and that damn Indian show. This knowledge keeping me steady. 45 on my hip and my armor man stay ready. I hit the streets in my Chevy. Blood burns, what's smoking heavy, man. Here you go, I got many. Prayers up for what's in it. In the land I lost in it. Cause every nigga ain't feeling. Ain't every man ain't feeling. No Devos but standing. No heroes for my family. But I'm being killing us daily. Invader, this holy invader. Invader, send holy invader. All praise to the Most High. All praise to the Most High. All praise to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Invader, this holy invader. Invader, send holy invader. All praise to the Most High, all praises to the Most High, all praises to the Most High. Give them all praises, give them all praises. Where the fuck you come from? Kidnapping our babies, 11 million abortions. Whole country is abortions. Baby stealing my portion. Bitch, give me my land back. We signed no contracts, why you wasting all of our trust funds? We don't know who your daddy is, but we know who your kid is. Take the food up with my plate, eat that shit with my blood. Invader, motherfucking invader, this holy invader, send holy invader. All praise to the Most High, all praise to the Most High, all praise to the Most High. Give them all praises, give them all praises. Invader, this holy invader, send holy invader. All praise to the Most High, all praise to the Most High, all praise to the Most High. Give them all praises, give them all praises. Hey, 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 hey. All praise to the Most High, all praise to the Most High, all praise to the Most High. Give them all praises, give them all praises. Invader, this holy invader, send holy invader, this holy invader, send holy invader, this holy invader, send holy invader. All praise to the Most High, all praise to the Most High, all praise to the Most High. Give them all praises, give them all praises.
Peace. Let me make sure I'm being heard. Peace to all the Aborigines, North, South, Central, Conjoined Islands, my brothers and sisters who descend from overseas as well. Peace to all the brothers and sisters, man. North American Aborigines, South American Aborigines, Central, and also the Caribbean Aborigines as well. Peace to everybody out there, man. Been a while. Just trying to get some things done as far as the documentary, as far as the book that's going with the documentary. So everything is going steady, things is moving. For the most part, documentary been a little tougher than I thought it was going to be. I took on a project, but this shit is definitely moving and shit is going to get it done as well as the book. So with that being said, let's get into the program. This is not going to be nothing that's based on Aboriginal. It's going to be based on Aboriginal history because black is not me out of ignorance. I know black means servitude truth in the eyes of the legal system. There's no group of people that's from no black land. There's no nation of black people. So understand that I'm well aware of that. This is pretty much the people who don't know about it. You know what I'm saying? So for the most part, I'm just gonna put this out there for the people who will come and watch this video that never seen it. As far as my research is concerned, Culture Freedom will be basically a documentary about Black American Aborigines. Sorry about that. About Black American Aborigines being in America before the so-called transatlantic slave trade. And it will go into a part where I will be breaking down pretty much the scientific method. Now, we know the scientific method is the eugenics or whatever, but there are some steps that I took for me to satisfy my curiosity regarding this, regarding just this history and stuff. What made me come up with this, right, with the scientific method was that when I used to go back and forth with a lot of so-called Africans trying to show them the information, there was this one individual who used to always kind of troll me. It was female. She ain't troll me, but she used to always ask me, "What is your methodology? What is your methodology?" And some of you guys probably know her. She be on Facebook sometimes. I think her name is Amora. She's not with Roswell. She always asks, "What is your methodology? What is your methodology?" She's always asked that, especially to get on my goddamn nerves. So, just the hindsight of understanding it, that it took observation. It took the observational standpoint of me observing images of what we perceive black people or Negroes or colored people in America well before the transatlantic slave trade, and they're depicted as Aborigines, or you want to call them Indians, or you want to call them natives, whatever the fuck you choose to call them that connects them to this land. Them terms are basically an observational point. They are not a destination because we never called us none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? So just for people out there that's probably gonna be coming in, probably gonna see this video or whatever. Black people been in America for fucking millions of years, man. Millions of years. You know what I'm saying? I know some people like, well, the oldest bones, the oldest a Homo sapien go back to 200,000 years. You got some people who are outside of the how do you want to say, the methodologies that a lot of these so-called anthropologists and a lot of these scientists, they're trying to keep a lot of this history within a certain time frame or whatever. And when a lot of them find information that predates the time frame, they're told to keep it within the guidelines. And I got numerous articles. Primo talks about that in archaeology a lot. And it's a lot of that. When you really do the research, you're going to see that a lot of people a lot of so-called researchers and scientists that do anthropology and archaeology work, they have found things that in America that shows human beings being here for hundreds of thousands, millions of years, man. So with that being said, continue moving. So yeah, so the scientific method, the observation would be, starting off as a Pan-African. Um, I don't want to say I'm a Pan-African. I don't want to say I was ever Pan-African. I want to say because we didn't know our history, that we kind of looked over to Africa because according to what they've been telling us, the history of Africa is probably just landmass people who look like us. So, understanding that, doing the knowledge of that, whatever, a lot of us fell in love with that so-called tradition over there. We fell in love with the continent of Africa. And us as Black Americans, we also give all of our accomplishments to Africans because they claim everything that we done. You know what I'm saying? So, my observation was people saying we was already in America already before. I mean, there's no time date to say but just know we was here before 1619 in North America, and we would in the Caribbean and Central South America, we was here before 1492. So just understand that, right? So the observation would be the seeing or hearing this stuff, right? The hypothesis would be forming a explanation of like, okay, so we got these images here. We got people saying we've been in America. This is our homeland. We always been here, right? Okay, so the hypothesis will be forming an explanation to kind of to kind of support my observation, right? My theory will also, because sometimes, in scientific method, the hypothesis and the theory can be pretty much like the same. But the theory would be, well, after further research, I've got to come up with a educational explanation for what I'm finding here, right? And the experiment would be when you see me out here talking to the elders, or you see me out there talking to the grandmothers, because none of that shit is I'm trying not to curse on this one. Even though I'm gonna curse anyway, because I'm gonna get heated as the lecture. Because these are lectures. These are not fucking videos. These are lectures, okay? Some niggas shoot videos, some niggas shoot documentaries. I do lectures. All right. So this particular lecture, well, no, let me get back to what I was saying about me doing the elders and everything. Right? So when I approach a lot of these people, this is organic. This is nothing staged. Even though some of them don't completely have the understanding like we have, I'm not there to argue with them about that. I'm just there to get their acknowledgement, to get them to acknowledge that they have people who are attached to this continent. Okay, so a tanchan for people who may not be here, that means one sprung from the soil, meaning that my genetic makeup or my physicality of my, how do you want to say, my 666 pack or my human form is composed of the materials of the soil, of the landmass that we call the Amarukan or Amaruki or America, if you will. You know what I'm saying? So, understanding that, you know what I'm saying? That's what the attention is, right? So that's my whole purpose, was just to get people to acknowledge that. And for me to see how many people actually notice and is going to agree with this. You know what I'm saying? So the conclusion would be culture freedom. You know what I'm saying? The conclusion would be culture freedom, the book. You understand what I'm saying? That's the conclusion to the research that I've seen. Outside of me knowing, outside of me doing this, outside of me knowing this 100% or whatever from my research. I did my own research on it. I didn't get it dictated from certain individuals. I didn't, I mean, everybody's not a researcher, so I'm not trying to definitely take no jabs at people who don't do research or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, my research and and what the numerous documents, the numerous books, the numerous images that I've had that support my claim. You know what I'm saying? So that's culture freedom, right? So let me get into the other part of it, right? You got a lot of people out here, right, who've been trying to sabotage me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Whether creating slander or saying certain things that's not true about me or whatever. Niggas don't know me. Niggas, all they know is this symbol right here, which is A1. That's all they know. Motherfuckers outside of the people I talk to that we have conversations with, most people on YouTube don't know me. You know what I'm saying? You know me as a personality or somebody that's out here trying to educate the brothers and sisters and show you guys, like outside of the whole grandma talk, outside of the whole 18, we didn't went through all that. We done been through all that, outside of all that stuff, right? So let me see something real quick. Let me share the screen real quick. So yeah, you had a lot of people trying to sabotage me, trying to, derail my funds for me trying to get this documentary out, and these are people. What I would do is I had these motherfuckers the computer, and as I do the lecture, what I want you to do is move the slides for me. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these niggas are suckers. And if you fuck with some of these suckers, then you a sucker too. Straight the fuck up. Take it how you like it. Straight up. chiefautochthon@AOL.com if you like to contact me in regards to any comment I say, or anything, you know what I'm saying? Shit, to tell you the truth, man, I done lost brothers, cousins out here, you know what I'm saying? I'm lucky to be here at this point in time. You know what I'm saying? I'm really lucky to even be here at this point in time talking to you guys, giving you this information out here. You know what I'm saying? So, definitely, shout out to the L's or the Most High or whatever term you guys decide to call them or whatever, for allowing me to still be here and able to, just help the people out, right? So look, let me go to stuff real quick. I want you guys to see something, right? So let's go to my channel real quick. Let's go to about right here, right? So you see, right, my description, it says channel is designed to only focus on autochthonous Aboriginal Americans who get classified as Negro, Blacks, and African Americans, and the problems that we've been facing for centuries, right? So as you see this, right? So look, let me just hold something real quick. Let's see if I hold this. All right, so look, I got some fuckery videos up here, like this shit right here. Couple fuckery videos, but for the most part, everything's been basically about us as Black Americans, right? All types of information up here, right? And this is even, we got AIDS. How many people have AIDS destroyed? How many people lost a loved one that, what I'm saying, basically was surrounding AIDS or whatever, right? So I touched on a lot of different things in my time doing this research, right? And a lot of my things are basically, some of them are my opinions, right? You can see some of them are my opinions, but some of them is definitely supported by facts, right? So with that being said, I've always tried to be, a servant to the brothers and sisters, to the Aborigines. I've always tried to be a servant. A lot of the glamour stuff or the side theatrics, I'm not really with. I didn't get on here really to go back and forth with individuals about certain things. But, I guess sometimes, man, when you that dude, people want to take a shot at that dude. You know what I'm saying? And it's just not people just in general. It's just people out here, you know what I'm saying? Just in general. Shit, fuck it, right? But you know what, though? You got to build your own. You got to put your own work in. You can't take shots at me because people know me around here. Right? You guys know me. You know me. You've been knowing me for years before a lot of motherfuckers even thought about opening their mouths talking about they was Indians, right? You've been knowing me for years. I've been here though, through thick and thin, through all this shit, right? You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna continue to be that way. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, man, you guys, you support malice, you support people who try to take. I'll be saying you guys, man. And there's some of you guys who are really, who've been rocking with me for a while, man. You consider some of these people to be your family and to be cool with them. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers is slandering or making, just in general, saying certain things about individuals, trying to knock their character, especially, like I said, I've been a servant to you guys. I've put in a lot of time, a lot of research. I have, showed, I've talked about the Indian slave trade. I've talked about a lot of this stuff before a lot of people even knew anything about this shit. You know what I'm saying? So we've been down a fucking rabbit hole and back up the rabbit hole and back down the rabbit hole. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's legalese, whether it's the general order by the Pope, went through the general order by the Pope, the whole UNDRIP, ADRIP, numerous different things, man, we didn't touch on, man. You know what I'm saying? I might be having a good interview coming up in a couple of days with a brother from Red Road East, or whatever. Shout out to that brother, man. He's very had a lot of knowledge about Americans and about the so-called aborigines of this land. And I think it's gonna get a good build between us. Definitely gonna be a good build between us, man. So with that being said, the reason I coined this Black Lives Never Matter, right, is because the recent updress and up riots we've been saying that now some people will be saying that maybe people get tired, right? That's the reason why you see a lot of social unrest. You see a lot of things going on, right? Because it's people tired, right? But I think that is purposely promoted in certain. These are psychiatric and mind control programs. These are social. How do you say? Social programs through propaganda a lot of times, right? Because if you don't believe it or not, some of these so-called murders of these people is not real. These people are actors, man. And if you read the National Defense Authorization Act, that was signed by no fucking first, I don't know what the fuck called Barack Obama. He damn sure wasn't one of us or whatever. But we all black. He was black. No, he wasn't. He wasn't one of us. He wasn't a nigga who came from the projects and pulled himself up through his bootstraps and got himself into that office or whatever. Whether or not we know that, I just said it, we read the General Assembly. We read the General Assembly. Okay? So we know what this whole thing is about. Some people believe that the reason Trump got into office was because of them emails that yours truly had out there or whatever, and some of the visuals that they seen that was surrounding these emails. You know what I'm saying? About pedophilia, about this adrenochrome and all this other stuff that's going on. So believe it or not, these people are infighting, and we are in the middle of all this shit. They're infighting. They are infighting. You know what I'm saying? And I just tell you like this, growing up, besides the Central Park 5 or whatever, nobody never called Trump a racist. And I'm from Jersey, and I've been seeing Trump my whole goddamn life. I'm not seeing him, but he's a fucking famous billionaire. You know what I'm saying? Despite he might be a racist, I don't know. I think that everybody's a racist to a certain point. We're all racist, right? But we don't all practice racism. Racism is when they can control the outcome of your situation. That's something totally different. But that's what equals to racism. You know what I'm saying? I mean, being a racist. Being a racist is you want advancement for your people, just like you see now. You see when Mexicans come here, they want to bring as much of their people over here and put them, whether it's in your community or not. That would be a form of racism. When people got certain businesses, they won't hire you, they hire their people. That would be a form of racism. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what we consider racism. Racism will be a continuation of the advancement of your people and to basically lock other people out of certain economical, how do you say, economics. You know what I'm saying? When we say economics, you know, we're dealing with resources and you know what I'm saying, Federal Reserve notes and whatever you can use to barter or you know what I'm saying, anything in that manner, right? So we see that everywhere. We see that with, you know, some Latinos, and I'm not trying to like make this about just no individual group. I got a lot of Latinos who rock with me too. You know what I'm saying? And they all not like that, but people you can basically, you know, relate to what I'm saying. You know, you see a lot of businesses where certain people come here, Indians, okay, from India, right? They come here, they have their own businesses. You understand what I'm saying? In some cases, depending on how big the business is, you know, they would start reaching out to whoever's qualified to get the job. But at first, most of these businesses are surrounded about the advancement for their own people. So that would be a form of racism. So, like I said, growing up, never seen Trump. Nobody, you know, outside of Central Park 5. And like, listen, I'm 44 years old. The Central Park 5 thing happened, shit, 30 years ago. I was 14 years old when it happened. And I remember they used to show it on Channel 11 News all the time. You know what I'm saying? And people really thought them kids did that because a lot of them, whether or not, you know, people didn't know that the police was crooked like that to put the pressure on them and have them, you know what I'm saying, confess to something that they didn't do. I'm not confessing the shit that I didn't do. So you can cut my fucking fingers off and do me like Starkey Machine, like they did Burt Reynolds or whatever the fuck you gonna do, but I'm not confessing to something I didn't do. You know what I'm saying? So it was like one of them things at that point in time. And then one of the boys' father made him confess. Because they were saying that if you confess, you'll go home. Like, what? How you gonna go home after you just beat someone bloody like that, right? But that eventually went a long ride. You can say, yeah, he never apologized. I'm not making an excuse for him. I'm just giving you I'm running down a paradigm here, right? So like as far as these situations that we're seeing what's going on right now, right? All right, so boom, I give you that, right? Tell you, oh, he's a racist, right? But the thing about it is that most black people don't even know. So if you look at Trump, right, and then you look at Biden and Kamala Harris, right? Because Kamala Harris never said she was a black person. Her father, you know, he might be deemed as black, but he's definitely like not saying that or whatever. You want to say his father black or her father black, okay. But from my understanding, even dealing with her, that her whole time in politics, it was more that she was a Brahmin Indian or coming from that class. She never said she was an African American, never said she was black, maybe said she was a woman of color, but that's a very ambiguous statement to say you're a woman of color, right? So she never did. But now that, you know, they're trying to appeal, or she's trying to appeal to certain individuals, now she's an African American, right? And I just sit back and I look at my people and I say, well, like, look, you see what the second title or the continuation of the title to this is: the real enemy is ignorance, right? What you don't know will hurt you. What they say, we die, we perish from a lack of knowledge. Lack of knowledge is basically ignorance, right? And that could be anything. That could be you be in the woods, right? And you don't know how to start a fucking fire. You know what I'm saying? You might have caught a deer, you might be ready to roast that motherfucker, but you don't know how to start a fire. So that ignorance can make you perish if you don't get out of that situation within a period of time. Like, so, you know, I play self-destruction. Like, so, you know, this whole thing is a paradigm, even when you look and you get into it. So I'm just gonna start from like a little bit like from the 80s when I was coming up. Or I could even go back like early 70s when they started the exploitation movies, when they start making all black men pimps, pushers, and drug dealers, right? So I remember one of my favorite movies is Hell Up in Harlem with Jim what the fuck is his name? Not Jim Brown. What's the brother's name? I can't think of the brother's name right now. But he played the fucking the sergeant. You guys ever seen Starsky and Hutch? He was the sergeant in Starsky and Hutch. It's the black dude. He played football. Fred Williamson, that's his name. One of my favorite movies was Hell Up in Harlem, part 1 and part 2. That was a very good movie, but I love that movie, right? But it showed, like, you know, even with Superfly and all that, these movies was basically what we consider to be mind control. Because everything, remember, you watch it, this program was brought to you by this. And they mean that literally. This program was brought to you by this. Meaning it's a goddamn program. It's something that's they're gonna keep running this, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna keep running this through your mind, you're gonna keep seeing it, and before you know it, it's programmed. That's what they call predictive programming, right? So even when you get all the way back into what we was dealing with Eric Bernays and his series on propaganda, and he was basically Sigmund Freud's nephew, and Sigmund Freud was a psychologist. So he basically had ways into getting people to do things by repetition. Right? You know, everything in life is repetition. For you to craft your skill, you have to repeat it and you have to, you know, practice it. Right? Practice what they say, practice make perfect. Right? And that's the same thing. If you practice the same mind state of ignorance, we all gonna be perfect at it. Right? So in 2020, right, look around and see what's going on in Chicago. Thousands of black men, I mean, hundreds of them is killed. Some weekends you got 60 murders, right? And nobody never asked themselves, well, how can we really stop this shit? How can we stop this shit? You understand what I'm saying? Who is giving these kids these guns and these weapons to run around and do this? And why are they doing it? Why are they killing their own people? Because that's the situation. It's not, you know, all people kill each other. So you see white people kill white people, Asians kill Asians, etc. And then in certain circumstances, you have maybe, you know, one people from all of them groups that might kill somebody outside their group. That happens every now and then, right? So, you know, we look at Chicago and we see Chicago for the most part. We see how, you know, how they run around like straight savages, like fucking savages, man. You understand what I'm saying? Straight savages. You know what I'm saying? That is what we call a slave from a mental death. You know what I'm saying? Straight savages. And that problem or the solution to that problem should have been fixed a long time ago. But now we get into Joe Biden. Right? So Biden had the crime bill, right? Passed the crime bill. Remember, gave it to Bill Clinton, right? And Hillary Clinton called the super predators, right? But what people didn't know is there are some conspiracy theories about, you know, these individuals being involved with the drugs being brought over here, being involved with the crack being brought over here, and then also being involved and being in bed with these fucking private prisons. So look, let's take it full circle, right? So the reason you passed the bill is because of, you want to say civil unrest, or you want to say that you got drug dealers that was in the community that was oppressing the people, or, you know, in some cases, I'm gonna say in some cases, because when I was growing up, I was out there hustling at one point in time. We had respect for the elders. We wouldn't sell drugs in front of their buildings. We wouldn't do certain things. We see them coming, we help with their bags. You know, certain things we wouldn't do around the elders. You know what I'm saying? So we had respect. You know what I'm saying? But also, you got to look at there's other underlining things to go with that. You know what I'm saying? When you talk about the shower posse, and I hear a lot of Jamaicans brag about the shower posse. The shower posse was CIA fucking agents. The nigga who created the shower posse was a CIA op. So to big up him is to be ignorant and not know that the CIA put drugs in their hands and sent them to North America and let them unleash that deadly spree among us. Same thing with the Dominicans. You think a motherfucker from a third world country gonna come in New York City and just start selling fucking drugs on the corner? No, this is something that's being programmed, and it trickles down. It trickles down. They get their instructions from somebody who might be in one of these alphabet groups, right? And then they pass that down. You never see the person, just like Freeway Ricky Ross said. You know what I'm saying? He was buying from the fucking CIA directly. You see what I'm saying? And there's numerous different other programs that's telling you that these people was directly involved. So when you talk about the crime bill, and you talk about how the crime bill ultimately affected us, right? All right, what you got? You got 3 strikes, right? And then you actually got some of the black caucus, which some motherfuckers ain't nothing but boule. But one individual who I was shocked to see that voted for was Cynthia McKinney. And I'm a big Cynthia McKinney supporter or whatever. I definitely like the sister. I like, you know, she was president. I think she was very thorough. But you know, they got her out of there or whatever. She wouldn't motherfuckers wouldn't vote for her when she was running for president. Black people ain't get behind her and vote with her. But they will vote with this fucking Kamala Harris or whatever. A fucking lady who directly was locking black women up for truancy violations. Man, it doesn't get no colder than that when he grip. It doesn't get no colder than that. You make laws penalizing and locking parents up because their children don't go to school. What kind of shit? That is the ultimate police state, right? And then, you know, the weed thing, locking all the dudes up on marijuana charges, then not releasing them, then using them to fight forest fires, right? Right? So, you know, they put these people up against so-called Trump. And then they basically run a slandering campaign, whether some of this shit is real or not. But Biden got sexual assault allegations as well, right? And plus, Biden Island is right next to Jeffrey Epstein's. Right next to Jeffrey Epstein's. Right next to Jeffrey Epstein. I don't even want to, you know what? Let me see something real quick. Let me see something real quick. I'm going to show you guys something. Now I was checking this out right here. Man. You know what? I don't think I'm trying to think of where I got that from. Biden got an island in the Caribbean. His island is right fucking across from fucking Epstein's island, man. They like neighbors. It's like you live in one house and somebody lives in the next house over. They're like neighbors, right? So, you know, this thing stinks to high hell when you really do the research and you really gather some understanding to all this stuff, right? It stinks to high hell, right? It definitely does, right? So let's get into the program. I got a couple videos I'm gonna play. We'll be running through some statistical, you know, matters and everything. But you know, just with this whole Black Lives Matter, right? So let me go here real quick, right? So I think I went through this. No, not this one. It's this one. I went through this before in my last build that I did about Albert Pike and the Democrats, right? And showed the proof. Showed you. Let me see something. Let me see something. This one right here. I think it's this one. Let me see something. Oh yeah, it is this one. Oh. And this is history.com. Look. And they telling you the Ku Klux Klan, right? And this is for some of you stupid Negroes that's gonna watch this motherfucking video, right? Watch this. Listen to this. You niggas talk. You niggas, they got you thinking Trump is part of KKK, right? Let's say during the Reconstruction era, local government as governments, as well as the National Democratic Party and Andrew Johnson, thwarted efforts to help Black Americans move forward. So thwart means they basically hindered us, or they basically, like, you know what I'm saying, oppressed us and stopped us from us making so-called progress, according to what they're saying. Because, like, I don't teach that slavery shit anymore. I used to teach it until I got a better understanding, showing you it was blacks that owned slaves, showing you it was blacks that was free, that blacks owned land, etc. So that whole slavery shit, that's all bullshit. That's all shit they're telling you. The original slaves that was here was Europeans. Another thing I'm gonna redo that 1790 census, right? And I'm gonna show you how they did the switcheroonie on us. Because even on that census, where they're showing you white people, all the white people in there are black people. And where they're showing you the black people, all the black people in there are really the Europeans. When they telling you slaves, they're telling you maybe, I'm gonna say a mixture of maybe some of the Aborigines that wouldn't go along with certain programming, but they didn't have power like that to be able to go and be enslaving Aborigines neither. So I think a lot of them stories are false too. I'm gonna have to just readdress a lot of that stuff too, right? But when you look at the census, because you think about it like this, right? After 1865, you see the largest influx of Europeans come into this country, all the way up until 1965, right? When you get the Hart-Celler Act, which will be the Immigration Act, right? So you get if you go back and look, how many people came here during Ellis Island? We talking about tens and tens of millions. They said every 10 years they was bringing 10 million people in. Or if not, it might have been larger number than that. So however it go, we see the largest influx of Europeans to come in here was after the Civil War. Why wasn't they coming here prior to that? Because they was basically in bondage. And after they put a coup and took over the system or whatever, because even when we dealing with a lot of these black towns, what's going on is these are black Republicans that's running these towns. And as a result of the Democrats or the Democrats, you see the Democratic, okay, party, right? But saying violence was on the rise, making danger and regular aspects of African American lives. Black schools were vandalized and destroyed, and bands of violent white people attacked, tortured, and lynched black citizens in the nights. Family was attacked and forced off their land all across the South. Right now, look. The most ruthless organization of the Jim Crow era, the Ku Klux Klan, was born in 1865 in Pulaski, Tennessee. Right now, also in Pulaski, Tennessee, is where they had that so-called what's the fucking act, man? Damn, I can't think of the act. It's gonna come to me in a minute. But Tennessee is very important because that's where Albert Pike was from. The act. He wasn't from there, but that's where he resided at. Okay, and he was one of the individuals who was down with he was all that come from the Know Nothing Party, the Whiggamore Party, all of that shit came, and then they formed the Democrats, and the Democrats basically are part of the KKK. No matter how you slice it. See, and black people, what they would do now is this, right? Oh, that was then. You stupid motherfuckers is still now. You just don't know. You don't know why Lyndon B. Johnson passed that act. Lyndon B. Johnson passed that act because after Martin Luther King got killed, there were cities burning. For real. Not like this shit you see now. Of all this motherfucking, all this is all stage fucking protesting, man. And these people are anarchists. It's all made. Oh, well. Now we got all these problems dealing with murder, but we're gonna go through that. We're gonna run through all that shit. We're gonna show and prove it, right? So, all right. So the KKK grew into a secret society. Okay, terrorizing black community. So you think that the KKK And the secret societies ain't have nothing to do with that crime bill, which we can easily pull. Look. Now look. They try to say this is a real photo. Your boy right here, Jim Crow Joe, and they go Robert Byrd, the motherfucking KKK, leader of the KKK, right? So look, let's see Robert Byrd in his full splendor. And this nigga was in Congress for fucking years, right? He was in Congress for years. Now look, but see, after they died, then they start trying to expose them, right? Now look. All these people supporting them, all the Democrats. Look, you was gonna vote for Hillary, right? She's supporting them, right? You gonna vote for Joe Biden because you think Trump is the worst of the two evils, right? But look, Obama, you gave him his eulogy for this man. Now, how's Obama your brother? How's Obama your brother? I mean, like I said, man, these things that's being ran on black people is because black people, they know black people attention span these days are very small. But you entrust in fucking celebrities, man. You let celebrities talk for you, right? Now that's another thing, right? We're gonna get into that too. We're gonna get into the whole celebrity thing, right? So this man is friends with these people. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that there's no Republicans who was down with the fucking KKK. I'm not gonna say that. Neither. But I'm gonna tell you that the whole Democratic Party was basically the KKK, period. Right? Lyndon B. Johnson said, oh, we're gonna give these niggas, we ain't gonna give them enough to advance, but we're gonna give them enough to where they think they will be advancing and they're gonna vote for us for the next 200 fucking years. So a lot of people talk about their grandmothers. Oh, my grandma, your grandmother fell victim to this too. Your grandma, some of our grandmothers are 85ers, man. I don't care if they did know we was Indians. You know what I'm saying? Because they have Jesus, a white Jesus on the wall, fucking JFK, and whatever else you want to say. Now, I'm just keeping it real. I'm not excluding myself. I'm not telling you my grandmother was fucking Malcolm X or, you know what I'm saying, or none of that, right? And that leads me, like, even we dealing with the Black Lives Matter. We're going to get into this stuff, right? So look, let's go to this, right? So now they want you to think that these three murders, the boy that was running in Georgia, the one that got gunned down or whatever, if that shit was even real neither, right? Then the other sister, the one got killed in her house, right? When the police came in there, right? You know what I'm saying? And like I said, at first, you didn't see nobody speak up for the sister. People started speaking up when it came to this George Floyd shit, which you think about it, right? What is everybody doing now? They're kneeling, right? So they not kneeling because the police kneeled on his neck. All that shit is consistent. You can't see predictive programming. Like so the police knelt on his neck the same way Colin Kaepernick was kneeling. You cannot make this shit up. You cannot make it up. But you know what? The main thing you tell black, oh, they wouldn't do that. You talking conspiracy theories or whatever. Oh well, good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Because it's like, yo, every year we fall for the bullshit. We fall for the bullshit. I don't vote. I'm not a United States citizen. I'm an American. The United States occupying my territory. Okay? They occupying my territory. I'm a rookie. Okay, they occupying the United States is of what? Of America. Who are the Americans? The Aborigines or copper color races found here by Europeans. Okay? Okay, so let's understand that, right? So as you see, I'm gonna run through this real quick, right? Let's see something real quick. So look, 2014, the boy was still in office, right? Look, we ain't gonna read everything. You got some beautiful children, right? Tamir Rice, right? Look at this, right? Tamir Rice. Let me see something real quick. So since we're on Tamir Rice, right? Oh shit, hold on. Can I take it down? No, hold on. Let me see something. I think I still got it up here. Nah, I'm gonna take this one. Look, LeBron, the main motherfucker out there telling you to vote, right? Which he the main nigga, he was main nigga would have got you niggas to vote for Hillary, right? But look, and this motherfucker, they put these niggas up here, right? Now check this out. Now look, I'm gonna play a little something, right? Now look, hold up. You guys can't hear it, right? I'm just gonna play it. I'm gonna play it on my phone. But sometimes with this shit, it doesn't come out the way I want it to come out. So let's go back. All right, so look. Well, actually, hold up. This one is not playing on what's. Let me see something real quick. Shit from Tamir Rice mom. Hold up. Matter of fact, you know what I have up there? Hold up. Give me 1 second. Do I got up there? No, I just got up there. Hold up. Let's go back. All right, this one right here. I'll play this one.
Hi, welcome to Your Black World News. I'm your host, Roosevelt Mitchell III. So Tamir Rice, 12-year-old who was shot and killed by Cleveland police, his mother spoke out in an interview recently with Roland Martin about the officer not being indicted last week, and also about LeBron James and the activists wanting him to speak out and be the face of the Tamir Rice movement. The hashtag movement, No Justice, No LeBron, was started by activists, and they want the basketball player LeBron James to sit out the season until someone is indicted or justice is served in this Tamir Rice situation. Tamir Rice's mother, Samaria, stated that she thinks it's quite sad that LeBron James hasn't spoke up about something. She said, look, I know his children has to eat. I'm not asking him to quit his job, but he at least should put on a shirt or something. And when Roland Martin asked about other athletes as well, she said, yeah, they at least should just speak up, just make a statement. I'm not asking no one to quit their job. So to be fair, Mrs. Rice is very down to earth and real, because she's not asking, like the activist for LeBron James, to put his career on hold and put his livelihood on hold. She said, hey, he at least just throw on a shirt or just make a statement. And when LeBron James was asked about it after this movement made headlines, he downplayed it, saying that he really wasn't on top of the situation, or he didn't know all the details, and it's just not a one-person movement. There's a lot of people. And so he kind of played it to the left because he didn't want to face it. But I think that she's right. Athletes, high-profile athletes, can at least throw on a shirt. And LeBron James has thrown on a shirt before with the I Can't Breathe t-shirt he threw on for Eric Gardner when he was with the Miami Heat. Him and the whole team threw on hoodies for Trayvon Martin. So LeBron James has done things like this in the past. So I think what she is asking for him just to make a statement.
Yeah, they did throw on the hoodies and all that goofy shit or whatever. And that was to basically get attention as well, too. So, we can see these people, right? And it's a funny thing, right? I just want to, hold on, let me see something. I'll go on to that. Gosh, I know what's going on. Play real quick. What was actually this one right here? But I want to play something that what Stephen A. Smith said. I'm not a Stephen A. Smith supporter or whatever, but every time, sometime he does say some real shit. Even though he's a fucking coon, I can agree with that. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes he does say some real shit, right? Now, and this was something that I found curious, right? Because I'm like, wait a minute, why is all these actors coming out now saying something now? Like, did somebody give these people the green light to speak on this shit? And the basic thing, the green light is for these people to speak, to make it seem like Trump is the reason that all this shit is happening. But we're going to go back down that list before we get into it. It's going to be a heavyweight jam. So if you guys want to share this or whatever, you want to hit that like button or whatever, just do what you need to do, man. I ain't no recommendations or anything. Just hit the like button or whatever you plan on doing or whatever, so we can get through this shit. All right, so hold up. Was it this one? It was this one. All right, I'm okay. This one.
Sacrifice when it comes to.
All right, so I'm gonna let Stephen A. Smith go in real quick, because he did see some real shit on this one, and I was curious my goddamn self about this. Right? I'm like, wait a minute, man. None of these bitch ass motherfuckers ever said anything. It ain't because they mad. Because motherfuckers get killed in the neighborhood all the time, and none of these people come out. If these motherfuckers really wanted to do something, they would take their ass to Chicago or whatever, and put their money together and start making programs to where these kids can get off the fucking street, man, and start investing. If you want to defund the fucking police, then you need to build the fucking police. Some of you niggas need to get out there or whatever and start policing the fucking community. Because you defund the police, then what? You're going to leave it to these motherfuckers, these goddamn devils out here, these people who they didn't let these people create these little devils out here. And it is what it is. I'm not giving none of these people a pass, because at some point in time, you got to understand, we got to understand when we being had. We can't keep on like, oh, well, it's not their fault or whatever. When the fuck is you going to figure out the game that's being played on you? And when are you going to try to do something better? You know what I'm saying? I don't know what's going on with this right here. Let me put this in. So let me make sure we still on. God damn. This is. Mic check. We still on? Okay, we still on. All good. So, you know what? Just want to check this real quick. Alright, come on, YouTube. Don't fuck me around today. Shit. You know what? Let me close this one out. So, alright. That's closed out. Now I'm looking for listening to my Nas interview. So let's go back here. And go ahead. So I'm gonna just play this with Stephen A. Smith. This is just to build perspective, so you guys will see a little game and start critical thinking when it comes to this shit. All right, hold on.
What sacrifice really would it have been for you to take that position back then if you were so supportive of Colin Kaepernick's position? The reality is that we talk about, at least when it pertains to the stars in the NBA, LeBron James is close to $1 billion. Steph Curry's make over $200 billion. Russell Westbrook made over $200 billion. I mean, Kyrie's at $140 million. Dwight Howard has made over $235 million in his career. The list goes on and on and on. And so when we talk about the sacrifice, when it comes to these particular players, you might have suffered to some degree from the PR perspective. But outside of that, was your quality of life going to be compromised? Chances are absolutely not. And so when I see something like yesterday, I'm saying, look, where were you then? Because listen, I was on a record back in 2016. Listen, I applaud Colin Kaepernick's right to do it. I wouldn't have done that. That's not a position that I would have taken.
And I maintain that position to this day. It hasn't changed. But if I was going to take a knee today, I would have took a knee back in 2016 or 2017 because the actions that were exercised against them were so flagrantly biased, were so flagrantly prejudiced that you wonder, how could you not stand up for them? I mean, we've been on air, Max, you too, Jay, you as well, and others. We're like, wait a minute, the NFL is blackballing this man? Thanks for watching ESPN on YouTube. For live streaming, sports, and premium content, subscribe to ESPN Plus.
So he was pretty much touching on that none of these niggas was kneeling in the past. You know what I'm saying? And I found that myself ironic or whatever. Like, none of these niggas is actually kneeling. Like, I mean, nobody was speaking out. I mean, people Colin Kaepernick had probably was one person off of every other team that might have said something. Every now and then they might have mimicked something. I mean, muffled something. For the most part, though, it's too many people who's protest. And I'm not saying maybe people is doing this as an act of they're just tired of seeing it, right? That can be the case too. I'm not saying that, you know, in all of this turmoil, that it's not a good thing that people is actually speaking out on it, right? But when you start talking about shit, defunding the police and niggas ain't got no solution or whatever, you ain't gonna go out there and you ain't gonna police the community, you ain't gonna make the community right. Nah, a lot of them motherfuckers ain't doing it because they scared of these little young niggas. You see what I'm saying? They scared of these little young niggas. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, I mean, me personally, I got some real harsh, like, you know what I'm saying, realities when it comes to this, man. You know what I'm saying? You niggas in the streets, you run around here, you shooting at niggas in broad daylight, and if you kill a kid, then you should get the death penalty. Fuck that. Get the death penalty. That's it. It ain't no, oh, that's such and such, Nah, you killed the innocent child. And the same thing with some of these cops. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, because you are the protectors and you are the people who's put there. But like I said, they're pulling strings. This shit is not organic. It's a lot of it's a lot of strings. This shit has an agenda. And the agenda is not us. We're not on the agenda. Even when you get to the Black Lives Matter thing, which we're going to kind of touch on that. So I'm going to come back to this. But just real quick, we just run through some of this. Look, 2014, 2014, 2014, 2014, 2014, 2014, 2014, 2000, Eric Gardner, 2014. This brother right here, 2014. We got Yvette Smith, 2014. We got Mackenzie Conrad, 2014. We got Jordan Baker, 2014. I'm sorry, I'm gonna say their names. This is Andy Lopez. He's actually probably Hispanic or whatever, but rest in peace, my brother too. Marion Carey, that was a lady who got shot in Washington, D.C., which I don't know what was going on with that, though. We got Jonathan Farrell, 2013. We got Carlos Alcis, 2013. We got Larry Jackson, 2013. We got Dion Ford, 2013. We got Kamari Gray, 2013. We got Johnny Warren and Dottam something. I can't pronounce his name. Sorry. No, I'm sorry. Not. Johnny Warren. We got Johnny Warren, and we got, it says, Melissa Williams, Timothy Russell, 2012. I don't know if it's another person with that. I'm kind of confusing. We got Ronaldo Chavez, 2012. We got Chavez Carter, 2012. We got Shantae Davis, 2012. We got Shamil Edwards, 2012, with Sharmel Edwards, 2012. We got Tamon Robinson, 2012. We got Candid McDade, 2012. Hold on, let me go back. I don't want to miss this brother right here. We got Irvin Jefferson, 2012. We got Rakia Boyd, 2012. We got Sharice Francis, 2012. We got Wendell Allen, 2012. We got Naeem Dillard, 2012. We got Dante Price, 2012. We got Raymond Allen, 2012. We got Sergeant Miguel Loggins, 2012. We got Marley Graham, 2012. We got Kenneth Chamberlain, 2011, right? We got Alonzo Ashley, 2011. We got Kenneth Harton, 2011. We got Raheem Brown, 2011. We got Reginald Dorset, if that's how you pronounce the name. Sorry about the rest in peace, though, brother. 2011. We got Derek Jones, 2010. We got Dan Roy Henry, 2010. We got my baby right here, Anaya Jones, 2010. Rest in peace, Queen. I mean, little princess, definitely, man. This is definitely a sad situation. How she got killed, and the whole, legal system and how they put a grandmother through all of that or whatever. But rest in peace, little sis. And like I said, look, this is in 2012, right? None of these motherfuckers said any fucking thing, right? Barack Obama ain't say nothing. Fucking Joe Biden ain't say nothing. Nobody said nothing. Oprah Winfrey ain't say nothing. Where the fuck was these people at before? But because now, we got to get Trump out of office. Let's make Trump look like he's responsible for all these people getting killed because he's a white supremacist, remember, right? This is the whole fucking game. And niggas, it's stupid. I don't vote. I just said it. I don't vote. But you got people who really trust the system to where they're voting for certain things. Now, did I see the economy getting better as a result of Trump? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I said the economy is getting much better. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people ain't understand. When I talk to people about, when we had this conversation just about politics, period, right? And I talk to most people about Trump. You know what their main thing is, what they're mad about Trump is, about him saying a wall and him talking about these fucking Mexicans and the people that's coming in from Central and South America, right? And then they say, well, white people are immigrants too, but guess what though? They don't have to let these people in. These people, when we had the mighty Algonquin or the mighty Confederacy or whatever the hell we had, we weren't just letting people come over that border. Because if they was here, then we would see them here. And even the Mongoloids that live in the plains wasn't even mingling with some of us. Okay? So, like, we had rules. You just wasn't, I know that they tell you, this was a melting pot. That's bull fucking shit. That's bullshit. There wasn't no melting pot. The people who was in charge made sure that their people stayed away from certain individuals. Okay? So, little sister right here, Anaya Jones, you ain't hear nobody speak about none of this shit. Now, look, all of this shit was while Obama was in office before 2016. We got Sean Eugene Washington, 2010. We got Aaron Campbell, 2010. Look, we got Kwame Carrington, 2009, right? We got Victor Stain, 2009. We got Sim Walker, 2009. We got Oscar Grant, 2009. And the funny thing about this whole Oscar Grant thing, right? You know what, ladies and gentlemen, just give me 1 second, okay? Give me 1 second. I'm actually multitasking, making up for some waffles. So just give me 1 second. I'm gonna put this back to the waffle machine. Give me 1 second. right, so I'm back. Excuse me. All right, so all right, I'm not gonna go into 2000. And, matter of fact, hold up. When did Obama? He came in 2009. All right, so so you got the whole time the Democrats was in charge, and all these people got murdered, right? So just this year, you got all this time where people got murdered, right? And all this time right here, right? So for the most point, all these people. So this go all the way up into 2014, even before Trump was in office, right? But then you never heard nobody say nothing about any. And this should go all the way back to 99. So we know who was in office in 99. Clinton was still in office in 99. So a lot of this stuff as a result of that crime bill. That crime bill put more police on the streets to where these people would do this. And then also, what a lot of people not saying is that crime bill, see, a lot of these police departments got quotas that they would never fucking tell you about. They want you to think it's some invisible boogeyman, but they, like in New York, they got quotas. They got to lock a certain many people up a month. So that means now you're targeting people. You're violating people constitution rights. I'm Indians not taxed. We wrote the Constitution for them or whatever though. But however it go, for people who do think that the Constitution is their law or whatever though, but you got the Fourth Amendment, okay, which protects you against illegal stops, searches, and seizures, and say that if you are to check me or you are, they try to make it seem like, well, you got to be caught in the act of a crime, then that gives them probable cause, right? But in some cases, that's not even probable cause. The probable cause is they escalate the probable cause. So they make assumptions when you're not supposed to make assumptions in the law. You know what I'm saying? The law's supposed to be straightforward. You know what I'm saying? So, however that go, right? So as we see, we just ran down all the murders that happened while we had a black president in office, right? So now the nigga who made the crime bill that basically, and then he slid through office for 8 fucking years, and these stupid Negroes never said nothing. Never said nothing, never knew who he was. Like they were just smiling because you had this big-eared motherfucking half African and half fucking Eurasian, Asian fucking president. When how the fuck do that happen? How the fuck do we get a half African and half Asian, half European president when you got almost 50-something million black Aborigines that been in this land, and you never seen a real black president? They'll throw a black immigrant out there. They'll throw other people out there. You tell me how. Because it's set up that way. This shit ain't no, and all the black people who run or whatever, so like even Herman Cain, well, he died of the coronavirus, right? You see what I'm saying? So even all of these people or whatever, you never got a foundational. Even I'm an Aborigine, so I know black people are not black. I know we're not colored. I know we're not Negro. I know we're not African Americans. We're the Aborigine and Tonchon of this land that was here when the black British brought the white Europeans here. White people did not come here and take over this fucking land like we think. They came here. They was fucking slaves, man. They was fucking slaves. All of the records show it. It's just the reconstruction of history is what people go under, and they deal with this right here, right? Oh no, hold up, it's over here. My bad. Let me see. Is it? Where is it? Oh, all right, it's this right here. With the general education system, man. Pretty much, like I said, the general education system. Right? So most people is taught by these people right here. Right? me see something. Right here, look. Read a little bit of this for you guys. Oh, this is the God. All right, so just understand that. This is the God. This ain't none of that goofy shit you niggas be watching, right? So, all right, so John D. Rockefeller, right? To improve his image, now they saying to improve his image, to basically reconstruct history, right? Poured millions into the education. Around 1902, he funded yet another organization, the General Education Board, to influence education throughout the country, but especially in the South. The broad mentality is revealed in the letter to Frederick Teller Gates, a Baptist minister and the GEB director, to other members of the board. As you read this, please savor the astonishing Arians and whatever. It's saying, and a century later, these traits still preeminate the education establishments, right? So let's go into it. In our dreams, we have limited resources, and the people yield themselves with perfect docility, right, to mold our bands. The present education conventions fade from their minds, and unhampered by traditions, we work our own goods will upon grateful and responsive rival folks. We shall not make these people into any children into philosophers or men of learning or men of science. We will not raise up from amongst the authors, editors, poets, and men of letters. We shall not search for embryo great artists, painters, musicians, nor lawyers, doctors, preachers, politicians, statesmen, and of whom we have an ample supply. The task we set for ourselves is very simple as well as very beautiful one, to train these people as we find to a perfect ideal life. Say it again. Let me say it again, because a lot of you niggas is mentally dead slaves, man. Niggas is worrying about trying to fucking stop my motherfucking documentary and slander my name while niggas ain't got no solution or ain't doing nothing, right? It's a perfectly ideal life. That's where they are. So we will organize our children to teach them to do in a perfect way the things their fathers and mothers are doing in imperfect way, in homes, in shops, and on the farms. Now check this out, right? So let me see something. All right, so look, it's saying so that's what Rockefeller, Gates, and the GEB wanted, to keep the people barefooted and pregnant, as it were. The public, of course, hearing nothing of the secret conspiracy, nor do they now, okay? Nor do they now, right? Let's see this, because I'm going to play a video. I'm going to play a good video for you guys. Watch this. And this shit has two layers to it. One of them was the advancement for the for the Negro College too, right? Because if you look, Harvard, Howard, and all these Morehouse and all these Negro colleges is funded by him. My man told me back in the day that motherfucker in Howard, excuse me, that Howard one of the board rooms or one of the rooms or whatever, his name is donated to Rockefeller. Was basically named after Rockefeller wife. And he was saying that shit, and I really didn't understand him at that time. Like, where you going with this? What are you telling me about that for? Rockefellers is good, decent people, according to what we was told, right? So look, let me see something. So meanwhile, John Dewey wrote a book after explaining a new approach in education, which would put less emphasis on facts, knowledge, scholarship, and so on. With more emphasis on children working and playing in perfect harmony. John Dewey did not learn academics successfully. If one child knows what Mississippi, all right, whatever, we can go on. You guys can look that up, the General Education Board, right? So look, I'm gonna play a clip real quick, right? Shout out to this brother right here, man. This brother has some good shit too, man. Aaron Rushi, right? Let me see, man. I want you guys to listen to, because this is going to take us into the next segment, right? Dealing with Black Lives Matter. All right, so look.
I had a friend, like Rockefeller. Okay, he was one of the Rockefeller family, and he, when I was running for governor in Nevada, he came to me and introduced himself to me to an attorney, and we became friends. We started talking about things, and
Be specific about when you met Rockefeller, how it happened in these discussions.
I met Rockefeller through a female attorney who called me up one day and said, one of the Rockefellers would like to meet you. I made a video called Mad as Hell, and he'd seen the video and wanted to meet me. I knew I was running for governor of Nevada. So sure, I'd love to meet him. And I met him, and I liked him, and he was very, very smart man. And we used to talk and share ideas and thoughts. And one of the things they told me was that he grew up with his house one night, and we were talking, and he started laughing. He said, "Aaron, what do you think women's liberation is about?" And I said, I had pretty conventional thinking about it at that point. I said, I think so. Women have the right to work, be equal pay with men, just like they want the right to vote. You know? And he started to laugh. He said, "You're an idiot." And I said, "Why am I an idiot?" He said, "Well, let me tell you what that was about. We, the Rockefellers, funded that. We funded women's lib, you know? And we're the ones who got all over the newspapers and television, the Rockefeller Foundation." He says, "And you want to know why?" He said, "There were two primary reasons. And one reason was we couldn't tax half the population before women's lib. And the second reason was now we get the kids in school at an early age. We can indoctrinate the kids how to think, which breaks up their family. The kids can look at the state as the family, as the school, as the officials, as their family, as the parents teaching them." And so those are the primary reasons for women's lib, which I thought up to that point was a noble thing. You know, when I saw their intentions behind it, where they were coming from when they created it, the thought of it, I saw the evil behind what I thought was a noble venture.
Aaron, did you know that Gloria Steinem, one of her home books now, admits the CIA funded this magazine?
No, I had no idea about that. No, I never heard that. CIA funded this magazine?
Funded this magazine with the stated goal of taxing women and breaking.
No kidding. I never heard that. Well, Lily told me. I mean, I know it, but not because I know the CIA was involved in it.
Gloria Steinem was proud of it. Oh, the CIA would help me help women.
No kidding.
So they funded it. Yeah, and of course it's divide and conquer.
Right.
And what they do is they focus in obviously on real problems. Women were getting shafted in ways, but the elite wasn't planning to help them. They were planning to really shaft them and take men away from them. Look at what they did with black families. We only had about 10% of legitimacy 50 years ago in black communities, and now it's over 90%. And look at welfare. We're going to give you some money. You can't have a penny of the house, right? And so that was further to degrade the family, totally destroyed, and now illegitimacy is over 50% in the general population.
Right. Well, see, the whole thing is these people control the money, so they make all the rules. You understand? And then they put whatever rules they want into effect. And the truth is, America.
All right, you guys, you motherfuckers heard that. All right. You heard that, right? So we're going to get back into some other shit, right? Let me see. AP, just give me 1 second, man. A lot of shit going on. Let me see what you guys think about that shit right there. What you think about that shit right there? So all of the education that you get is shit that's basically a curriculum in which they created, which they write, which they print the books, you read the books, they educate the people who you recite and you quote, and then you be wrong because the like my teacher told me, right? I got 3 college degrees, man. All right? Even though I be studying, I be reading like shit, I got 3 college degrees. I'm a Sagittarius. I really don't. I'm not a like. Even when I put my videos together, I'm not trying to really put them together in the most beautiful form. I'm just trying to get the message out. All right. The coach of freedom will be some top-notch shit. All right, so that's why I'm really working. I can put together some good videos. I was really dedicated to it though. But as you see what's going on, right? So now check this out, right? The audio was not good. Y'all couldn't hear nothing. Mic check, mic check. Press one if you guys heard anything, because I'll play it again. It's a 3-minute video. It said, hold up, you said Aaron Rodgers, Spelman College, and hold up, let me say that again. Look, you said Spelman College in Georgia was named. Yes, now look, that's another. See what I'm saying? It's Spelman, Morehouse, and Howard, Money Grip. And if you go to the other part, of it, right? It was bad. Really? Y'all heard it barely? Really? Oh shit, what the fuck is going on? All right. Hold up. Yeah, the audio wasn't good. All right. So hold up. Let me do this again. Let me take my headphones off. I think it's these fucking headphones I got. These headphones. All right. Okay. Let me play it again. All right. But you guys heard. Hold up. Let me see something. Let me make sure. There's these fucking headphones I got. Mic check. All right. Can y'all hear me better now? I have to put them back when I start reading. Mic check. Can y'all hear me better now? Look, Pony Lock said the dorms are main. Yeah. Yes. Y'all can hear me better now, right? All right, bet. I'm gonna play it again. Y'all heard me when I read the general education board, though. Y'all heard that, right? Did y'all hear that at least? Okay, all right. So look, I'm gonna play this again. Now look, this is the brother right here. All right, so let's go back. His brother name is Aaron Russell right here, right? He is the director of Trading Places with Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd, right? You know, remember Trading Places when the motherfucker was in a box and shit, and then he took all the shit from the white dude and gave it to the black dude, right? Well, Aaron Russo also got a good documentary called From Freedom to Fascism, and he interviewed the IRS lady Cheryl Jackson, and then she puts the ad out in the paper stating that if anybody can show the IRS laws where taxes is mandatory, she'll give them $50,000, and no one can find it because it didn't exist, right? So you check out that's a good. I don't know if you guys ever seen that before, but that's definitely a good joint or whatever. This brother right here did a lot of work. A lot of people call him a conspiracy theory or whatever. But like I said, it's definitely something to think about, right? So I'm gonna play it again. Let me know if you can hear this.
I had a friend, Dick Rockefeller. Okay, he was from the Rockefeller family, and he, when I was running for governor in Nevada, he came to me, introduced himself to me to an attorney, and we became friends. We started talking about things, and
Be specific about when you met Rockefeller, how it happened in these discussions.
Can y'all hear that? Press one. You still can't hear it? A little echo. Can't hear it clear. Oh, fuck. I don't know what the fuck is going on. His name is Aaron Russo. It's Aaron Russo. It's a little glitchy. All right. It's terrible. It's trembling. Okay. All right. Let me see. Because it's probably on my Western. Let me try one more time. Let me turn it. All right. Let me see if it come out better this time. I'm gonna try one more time, y'all. I got a couple other videos that I gotta play, so hopefully this shit'll get clear. All right. So look.
I met Rockefeller through a female attorney who called me one day and said, one of the Rockefellers would like to meet you. I had made a video called Mad as Hell, and he'd seen the video and wanted to meet me. And knew I was running for governor of Nevada. So he showed up to meet him. And I met him, and I liked him. And he was a very, very smart man. And we used to talk and share ideas and thoughts. And one of the things they told me was that he grew up, we were at the house one night, and we were talking, and he started laughing. He said, "Aaron, what do you think women's liberation was about?" And I said, I had pretty conventional thinking about it at that point. I said, I think that women have the right to work, getting equal pay with men, just like they won the right to vote. You know, and he started to laugh. I said,
Do it sound better now? Is it still trembling? Just let me know, you guys. Or can you hear it? Can y'all at least hear it? Because you can go back and watch the video. I'll put the shit in the link. Not as much. Okay.
Yes. And I said, why am I an idiot? He said, let me tell you what that was about. We, the Rockefellers, funded that. We funded Women's Lib, you know? And we're the ones who got all over the newspapers and television, the Rockefeller Foundation. He says, and you want to know why? He said, there were two primary reasons. And one reason was we couldn't tax half the population before Women's Lib. And the second reason was, now we get the kids in school at an early age. We can indoctrinate the kids how to think. So it brings up the family. The kids look at the state as the family, as the school, as the officials, as their family, not as the parents teaching them. And so those are the two primary reasons for Women's Lib, which I thought up to that point was a noble thing. You know, when I saw their intentions behind it, where they were coming from when they created it, the thought of it, I saw the evil behind what I thought was a noble adventure.
Aaron, did you know that Gloria Steinem, in one of her own books, now admits the CIA funded Miss Magazine?
No, I had no idea about that. No, I never heard that.
Yeah, we're going to
CIA funded Miss Magazine?
Funded Miss Magazine with the stated goal of taxing women and breaking up the family.
No kidding. I never heard that. Well, Nick told me. I mean, I know it, but not because I know the CIA was involved in it.
Well, Gloria Steinem was proud of it. Oh, the CIA wanted to help me help women.
No kidding.
So they funded it. Yeah, and of course it's divide and conquer.
Right.
And what they do is they focus in obviously on real problems. Women were getting shafted in many ways, but the elite wasn't planning to help them. They were planning to really shaft them and take them away from them. Look at what they did with black families. You only had about 10% of legitimacy 50 years ago in black communities, and now it's over 90%. And look at welfare. We're going to give you some money. You can't have a man in the house. Right. And so it was further to degrade the family, totally destroyed. And now the legitimacy is over 50% in the general population.
Right. Well, see, the whole thing is these people control the money, so they make all the rules. You understand? And then they put whatever rules they want into effect. And the truth is, America.
So look, if you guys didn't hear it, I'm gonna say it louder. He was saying that he asked him. He said that the Rockefeller asked him, "What do you think the women's right movement was about?" He said, for one, they couldn't tax half of the population prior to that. And then the other thing was to break up the home. You get the children in school. Once the children in the school, you can basically indoctrinate them. This is what he was saying, okay? Then he went on to say about the feminist movement. It was funded by the CIA. And it was pretty much the same shit that's like you see now. This whole Black Lives Matter is some shit that's not organic. It's some shit that's funded by people who don't have our best interests at hand. And even the so-called these three devil women that stole this whole thing. Now check this out. I'm gonna play a little bit of Darren Till or whatever. Then we're gonna get into another video about a young lady gonna explain to you about the whole Black Lives Matter thing. So just give me a second. All right. I'm gonna play a little bit of Darren Till or whatever. Shout out to King Still or whatever, man, brother, who lost his life as a result of him trying to stand up and be a protester in Ferguson. So I'm definitely playing a little bit of that. So give me a second, you guys. All right, so I don't know if it's this one or it's this one. All right, it's this one. Let me see.
He's going to tell us some real issues at the same
All right, so we good. So let me go. Let me play this real quick. Matter of fact, you know what? I'm gonna play this one right here.
Distract people, make people think, like, oh, don't take what he, you know, certain people protest, certain people tried, and certain people was, organizing it, making moves. They was just like tweeting to the fans, you know. I mean, we all put things on social media so the world can know. But they literally just sat there and tweeted the whole shit. They tweeted the whole shit. I mean, people ain't on Twitter. Like, how many of y'all on Twitter? Don't nobody be on Twitter. White folks shit. So while they tweeting, they playing cat and mouse with the white folks. You know, they racist. They hiding behind fake pages on Twitter, talking shit, going back and forth, retweets. It's like a big ass show. You know, so you got a lot of people sending them money, turning them into stars, over tweeting Meta and all that. They call them.
All right, hold on. I just want to make sure you guys can hear him. Press one if you guys can hear him. Somebody press one for me if you guys can hear. Okay, all right, y'all can hear him. All right, bet. So let's get with it. All right, so definitely, man, rest in peace to the brother Darren Sill.
Face of Ferguson. Don't nobody know who the fuck she is. She ain't the face of shit. Wasn't even out there. When she came out there, she just sat there and tweeted. Like, the face of Twitter. That's what I call them. But anyways, man. But how people don't understand Black Lives Matter as an organization. They think it's just a hashtag and people just say, man, anytime white folks are part of it, they put in the media something behind it. Believe it. I mean, you got Twitter, but you don't be on the motherfucker. I ain't never seen you on Twitter. I got Twitter too, but shit, who uses that shit for real? Like, we use it for promo and we should have did, but we ain't using on goddamn Twitter. Anyways, feel free to comment and give y'all opinions on this whole Black Lives Matter bullshit. Anyways, Black Lives Matter is a bunch of computer nerds. First of all, them being gay, I don't get nothing against it, but they're gay. I don't agree with the lifestyle of homosexuality, but I don't agree with a lot of shit people do. I'm not gonna dislike you because you do some shit I don't like. I'm pretty sure I do shit people don't like, I don't agree with, ain't healthy for me in their eyes. So we just agree on lifestyles. They should be on lifestyles, but that ain't why. But they use that shit as a shield. When they doing all this bullshit, they try to come say, oh, he's just homophobic. He hated, man. My auntie been married to a woman since forever. Like, I don't agree with the lifestyle because I don't see a long-term benefit of you can't produce when you messing with a woman, mess with a woman, a man mess with a man. That don't mean I hate you because I don't hate you for it. Homophobia, I mean, you gotta be, phobia is a fear. I don't care, anybody know me known for a motherfucker thing. Especially nobody that's gay. What am I afraid of for? Saying about that, but they'll use that to distract people, make them people think, oh, don't take what he's saying serious because he's just some homophobic thug nigga. He's just, angry. Oh, that the whole time they was doing this shit, I was telling everybody. I bitch smacked D-Ray in front of everybody. Half the motherfuckers that's mad now took his side then. I'm like, how I taking this man's side? Why I took this man's side?
Hold on, if it froze, I don't know what the fuck going on. Let me see.
But people didn't know this was actually an organization. The founding members are 3 lesbian girls. D-Ray, the girls, Brittany Alexis, the dude Charles Wade, all the people that's involved in this whole in the forefront of this whole Black Lives Matter Campaign Zero shit, they all gay. It's like a gay car. So they using this shit, they're using their sexuality for protection. You know the white folk, they gonna protect you. Yeah, they fuck with you, you gay. So they doing soliciting all these funds, doing all this fraud shit. And using the gay as a shield. See, we make shit about them because when you do that, they come connect. They stick together. You know what I mean? All of them eating off Mike Brown death, though. Traveling, D-Ray, he go to Yale. They get him like 40 bands to go to Yale and speak. They got him as the face of Ferguson. He ain't even from this motherfucker. Never even been in this motherfucker until Mike Brown died. Dude from Baltimore. They ran him up out of there. You know, he down here the face of Ferguson, the face of the movement. They call him the next Malcolm X. That's a fucking insult. Malcolm X wouldn't even respect that man, let alone be anything like him. Anyways, so you got Black Lives Matter shit. It's blowing up. And if you notice, as it's blowing up, you're not hearing about Mike Brown anymore. You're not hearing about Darren Wilson anymore. You're not hearing about the Ferguson Police Department anymore. We're not hearing about none of this corrupt shit by McCullough, Jay Nixon. You're not hearing about none of this shit no more. All you're hearing about is Black Lives Matter now. It took the energy away from Ferguson. But they did it so intelligently, a lot of people didn't understand what was going on when it was going on, so they was helping these motherfuckers. Not even knowing, they stealing our shit. They stealing our shine. A lot of cats went to jail for us to be the main topic in the media. A lot of cats risked their life. Spook got shot in the head. She could be dead right now. You know what I mean? A lot of shit happened for this shit to grow into what it became. There was an opportunity to really fight back and really make a change in Ferguson and Missouri as a whole. But as you see, nobody was indicted. Most of the people that was in office still in office, and nothing really happened. They just clearly got away with murder. Nothing happened. And they on to the next city, then the next city, then the next city, then the next city, being superstars off our shit we created here. While we sitting back still like, damn, what we gonna do? After Mike Brown, it was Eugene Powell, then you had Von Derek Myers, and so on and so on and so on. Cops stopped killing her since Mike Brown died. What Black Lives Matter doing about it? It's collecting checks. I ain't heard of them paying for no funerals. I ain't heard of them starting no programs for the youth, building no centers, nothing. You know what I mean? So we back at square one, back where we started. No justice, no nothing. And the biggest problem is there's a lot of local people that sold out. They wanted that GoFundMe money. They wanted that grant money. It was all about money to them, man. When I went out there, man, like I told them from day one, I already got money. Like, you know what I mean? I got a great job. I got money saved up. I'm investing in businesses. I already had my paper straight before I got out there. So it was never up on the money with me because I already got money. You can't buy my soul, my nigga. Like, I had money. I've been having money for years, man. I came from the streets. I know how to get money. I don't need to use Mike Brown to get no goddamn money. And that's why to this day, his dad still fuck with me. His dad called me. Matter of fact, I talked to Mike Brown seeing 2 days ago. He want me to do something for him and his wife. And we just had a round table meeting with all the police chiefs. You know, I'm cursing their ass, started snapping on them. And me and Mike Brown, you know, we talked about it. Like, man, you see, now that the media circus is over, who's still by your side? Who's still with you in this war? Now that you need somebody to be there and talk with you, because Mike Brown he a soldier. Like, he one of the realest dudes because a lot of people don't give a fuck about their kids dying. A lot of these men ain't stepping up. You see the mothers in the media, but you don't see the fathers. But Mike Brown, he stood tall. So I respect that man. But at the same time, he ain't signed up for this, so he don't really know all of this to know about racism and the system of how it works. So he be need cats like me.
Hey, Lou Era grassroots. Darren Seal lost his fucking life. Okay, they found Darren Seal in the fucking car burning, and these people from Black Lives Matter still operating. So that's irrelevant. Did he eat off of it or whatever? I mean, I'm quite sure his primary focus wasn't to eat off it. It was just to get justice for the brother. What he's saying is that the people who came to protest, it was a protest, organized fucking protest. That, you know what I'm saying, that these people came from other cities and their intentions wasn't to make change. Their intentions was to get funds to fund the fucking Democrat Party. So you can be a Republican and you could be thinking that you're doing something right to support Black Lives Matter, but that money go into the fucking Democrats. So you missing the point. The point is not that he ate off. I mean, I'm quite sure as a result of him getting attention and getting notoriety for him being a protester or whatever, that he did get some type of perk from it, but I'm quite sure that wasn't his intention. So you got to look at a person's intention. Never mind if you start with good intentions and your good intentions lead you to where you're a millionaire, and then you got more resources to basically to, you know what I'm saying, to give out and help and create programs and create different circumstances that's going to change the quality of life for the inner city youth, then that's something totally different. But if you doing this shit and you're being funded by people who got an alternative agenda, what the fuck do George Soros got an agenda trying to help us? He got a history of fucking calls and coups in different countries. So if you don't know that by now, you know what I'm saying, you shouldn't even be commenting on Darren Till, y'all. That man lost his life. Okay, they found him in the car burning with a gunshot in him. For whether or not he ate off it or not, that shit is irrelevant. Obviously, he was some fucking he was a threat to the establishment for them to find him, like, because there wasn't no random people who done no shit like that. And if you look, all the other, it was 4 or 5 other protesters that was protesting with him that all got murdered. So understand that, man. Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? That man got silenced, man. You know what I'm saying? He got silenced, man. You know what I'm saying? That's the purpose of it, man. The purpose is to hear his side of the story and what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? And when that brother got, you go back and say, I got 3 videos on him. That shit touched me, man. Because I sat there and I listened to him when what he was saying about this whole movement and saying, he was saying how the dude D-Ray, they all came down there from different places. He said them niggas came in buses and shit, right? And they just like they do now, right? So they came, they took control of it. They basically created GoFundMe pages or whatever, where they got funds from it, and the funds didn't go back to their Mike Brown mother or his father or his family, or even go into programs to where you were, you know what I'm saying, trying to create some type of differences, you know what I'm saying, to change the system. It went to their personal part, and they funded the fucking Democrat. That shit is ridiculous. It's crazy. But let's move on, man. Let's continue. We'll play another joint in a minute. So I don't know, you know.
Educated on it, to come there and holler at these motherfuckers for them. You know what I mean? And stand tall with them. How they do. When they kill us, they stand with each other. But now that the media come, where everybody at? You know what I mean? So this Black Lives Matter shit, man. Y'all gotta do some research on these people. I don't know who they are, what they've done, all the motherfucking checks they collected. Google just gave these motherfuckers $500,000. I'll kid you not. You can look it up right now. Where that money go? Who benefited from this besides them? I got paper. I don't need no paper. I ain't put a GoFundMe up and put no money in my pocket yet. I ain't took no grant money. I ain't joined no orgs. All these fucking punk ass orgs. What the fuck y'all doing? Y'all getting paid. And don't think I don't know about you niggas out there. All you niggas in these orgs getting paid $5-10 grand a month, traveling the fucking world, speaking like y'all fucking helping the community, ain't doing shit for the community. You sell out motherfuckers. Y'all made these motherfuckers into who they are. You got blood, sweat, and tears in the streets for nothing. People risked their lives. People lost their jobs, lost their homes,
cats in prison right now doing 5-10 years behind Mike Brown. Make this Mike Brown shit. This shit was real. Now you niggas wanted was a couple dollars. We could change the fucking world. All you wanted was a fucking donation and a fucking couple Twitter followers. And niggas is pussies. I don't respect none of that shit. Like I said, I ain't getting it for no money. First of all, I didn't even know you could make money off that type of shit. Like I didn't know shit about the soliciting grant fund shit. I ain't no blue collar criminal. Like only thing I ever did was some street shit. So I don't know nothing about that. I came out there strictly to talk about racism, educate people, let them know how we need to come together and use our funds to grow economically. That's the real one. You beat racism by cutting off that motherfucking lifeline. We don't need y'all. We ain't giving y'all our money. That's my whole thing. But people want to know that. Everybody starts as an opportunity. Let me start an organization. Give me a couple grants.
Now, look, like he said, you got to listen to what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? And just like I said before, like it's basically what did I just read to you before, right? Let me see. No, that's this, man. You know, like I said, man, there's a lot of people who speaking out against this shit, right? Who never said that. And I'm not trying to say, well, they shouldn't be saying nothing about it, but where was you? Why is it common now? All of a sudden, everybody got something to fucking say. Because if you really had something to say, you would have risked something. Like when they was first mentioned, they was comparing Muhammad Ali to Colin Kaepernick. They were saying that even Colin Kaepernick couldn't be on Muhammad Ali level because Muhammad Ali lost the heavyweight champion of the world, and he got locked up, and he had to go to jail behind him for him making a stand. He lost shit because he wasn't never in it to really gain. You know what I'm saying? He was in it to really help his people out. You know what I'm saying? Which there's conspiracy theories of how he came up with that disease too, but that's a whole nother story, right? But when now we don't even know was Kaepernick. You know, me and Executive Sessions had a conversation about the Kaepernick thing of how they put him up for one. I don't know if you remember the conversation we had or whatever, but however it go, I think that shit was propaganda too. Because I'm not kneeling. Ain't nobody gonna come and tell me how I'm a protest. Oh, you instead of sitting, you should kneel. Get the fuck. I'm gonna do what I've been doing. I'm not kneeling. The fuck I'm kneeling for? Kneeling is a sign of submission. You know what I'm saying? It's a sign of submission. So why are motherfuckers kneeling? This nigga kneeled on his neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds, man. You think people fucking stupid, man? But the sheeples out there, if you don't know game, if you ain't never seen game ran on you, then you ain't gonna know the game when it comes. And you're gonna be just like the rest of these people out here, all emotional and but meanwhile, look how many kids is getting killed in Chicago. And I know this is some of the Europeans talking point what I'm saying, but it's fucking true, man. It's true. You niggas sit up here, motherfuckers sit up here all of a sudden. Now everybody's a fucking activist. Like you couldn't, like I said, this shit is staged, man. Everybody's a fucking activist now. Everybody wants to speak. You got entertainers. Think about it like this, right? If Black Lives Matter would have been the Black Panthers, they would have been locked them niggas up. Look at how they did the Black Panthers. Look at how they did any black organization that was here to help us. They undermined them and took them out, locked them up forever. Look how long they locked up Geronimo Pratt. And you mean tell me that they know that people, these fucking these so-called protesters shit is getting burnt down, and they got a source where it's coming from. Now, normally, what I seen in my whole 44 years of living, or until I was knowledgeable to see what's going on, is if you create an uprising, or what they call that, a group demonstration, right? That's what they call it in prison, right? If you create a group demonstration, which they call that a riot, right? And if the person who created the riot, they normally come get them. So why is these women being interviewed like they some type of fucking heroes and everything? Because black people are easily fucking programmed. And I'm talking down at my people right now. So don't think that, you know what I'm saying, I'm not, because we got a long way to go a long way to go. We don't have no history. We believe because we go to these European educational systems that we're being educated. When I just read to you exactly what the general education was about, and that's all the way to a PhD. Whatever field or study you going to is dictated, man. Same thing with the health shit, man. Watch a good movie called Pandemic, man, on London Reels, man. You know, and it tells you about how prior to the Rockefellers funding the medical organization or whatever, you had holistic practitioners who was healing more things than anything. You know what I'm saying? You check that joint out if you guys get a chance or whatever, right? But look, what does it say? During Reconstruction era, local governments, as well as the National Democratic Party and President Andrew Jackson, is saying towarded efforts to help Black Americans move forward. Meaning they hindered it, they stopped it. Violence was on the rise, making danger a regular aspect of African Americans' life. Black schools was vandalized and destroyed, and a band of violent white people attacked, tortured, and lynched Black citizens in the night. Excuse me. Families were attacked and forced off their land across the fucking South, man. And then what happens? You was forced off your land in the South. You moved to the North, and in the North there wasn't enough jobs to fucking help you. And just like what Aaron Russo just said, so therefore, because there was not enough jobs, they came out with giving Black women welfare, and then the Black man had to leave out, and he still couldn't find a job. And that's what led to motherfuckers alcoholism, drug addicts, and crime as a result of that. You know what I'm saying? Not to mention the other stuff that went along with it. So all of this shit is a staged effort. And if you don't understand the game, then you're going to be part of the fucking game. You might be holding this fucking sign in the game, but you're still part of it. You might fucking be the water boy in the game, but you're still part of it. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's crazy, man. It's just crazy, man. All right, so let's continue. I wanted to let me see something. All right, so look. Before we get into Black Lives Matter, I'm gonna play something for you guys, right? So this is a memorial of the victims of lynching, right? So let me see something. This is a lot. All right, so they got lynchings by state right here, right? They got lynchings by state. Let me see something. Let me see if I can get a number because I was looking for something. All right, let me go back to about. All right. Now look. All right, no, hold up. Let me make sure. All right. All right, now here you go. Let me click on this one here. I'll put the link in the description to AP. All right, so let me see something. Now look at this right here. They show you, right? Look, the two platforms. The Democrat platform will show you it's saying it's for the white man, and the Republican platform is for the Negro. Now look at this shit, man. Look how stupid we are. Goddamn dummies, man. I actually read what's the name for you guys, man. Let me see something. All right, so boom. Let me see something. All right, hold up. Let me see something. Because this guy will get some good stuff on it. All right, boom. Let me. I'm gonna run through this real quick. So the end of uplift for Negroes, right? Now remember, the Civil War was to free European slaves. It was not to free. You had black people who owned slaves all the way up into what you consider to be servants or employees. Okay, because the word slave is dealing with Europeans, so that is a term that's that's strictly for them. But when you talk about indentured servants, you talk about how do you say people who doing what's that shit called? Internships, extern, people who learning the trades, right? So look, it's saying the end of the uplift for Negroes. Reconstruction ended during the 1870s at different times, different states. However, when Rutherford B. Hayes became president in 1877, he ended the Reconstruction totally. Blacks lost the support of the U.S. Army, the Union Army, about 10 to 15 years. Blacks began losing their voting rights in the Southern South. Most Southern blacks had lost the right to vote by the 1900s. The Republican Party depended on black votes, so it almost ceased to exist in the South. In 1913, President Woodrow Wilson, a Democrat raised in the South, began segregating the government workforce. Coloreds were given lower level jobs and the worst working conditions. The next three presidents, Harding, Coolidge, and Hoover, all Republicans, did little for blacks. They also continued segregation in the U.S. civil service. It said both national Republicans and Democrat parties have abandoned black citizens, right? Now, it says FDR brings black voters into the Democratic Party, right? It's saying in 1933, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, a Democrat, began the New Deal. The New Deal was an economic program designed to lift the country out of the Great Depression that began in 1929. And there's a lot of shit dealing with with that time before that. We didn't have birth certificates. You had people who was basically what they considered to be sovereign. They had their own bartering materials, which is gold, which they took the gold from you to give you the Federal Reserve notes. And they basically did that shit at gunpoint, right? At first, FDR did little to help blacks specifically, like these people doing, right? It's saying he did a great job to help poor people, which included almost all blacks. Saying in 1936, both blacks and whites voted overwhelmingly for FDR. It's saying in the late 1930s, FDR and his wife Eleanor did more for black people than had been done since Reconstruction. Many blacks began voting. Now, remember, some of this shit is a hijack, but I'm just trying to get to the good point of it. It's saying voting Democratic routinely. Southern blacks had flooded into northern cities during the Great Migration. Remember, what did they get say? When we went here, it just said right here, right? During the Reconstruction, it's saying national, the Democratic Party, whatever. It's saying violence, whatever. And it says black citizens, harassing black citizens in the night. It said families were attacked and forced off their land in the South. So this is when you got the Great Migration. So hold up. Right here, okay. All right, let's get to Lyndon B. Johnson. By the early 1960s, most African Americans were Democrats, but many remained Republicans. However, that changed in 1964. That year, Republican Party lost the black vote completely. It's saying because President Lyndon B. Johnson, a Democrat, pushed the Civil Rights Act of 1964 through Congress. He also made a major effort to win the black vote. The Republican candidate, Senator Barry Goldwater, now remember Hillary Clinton was a Goldwater girl, right? He voted against the Civil Rights Act. Black voters reacted to Goldwater opposition by voting overwhelmingly for Johnson, right? Now, let me see something. All right, hold on, let me see. Let me see something. No, hold up. Let me see. This was the original joint right here. I don't know if I can click on it. Hold on. Let me go back. This one, see, the Democratic platform was for the white man, and the Republican platform was for the Negro, right? And they switched it all. But in between what I just read, it wasn't exactly what I was looking for. But it also tell you, Lyndon B. Johnson said, if these Negroes will vote for me, they'll be voting Democrats for the next 200 fucking years. So there's in this article, there is some hijacks and there are some misleading things to make you think that they voted for the Democrat, because a lot of the Republicans voted for a lot of things that basically helped us. They're not saying that. I read that and go back to the Albert Pike build I did or whatever, and you'll see that towards the end of the video or whatever. And I read off all of the things that the Republicans signed on that basically helped back. Like I said, I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. I don't vote. I've never voted, and I will never vote. Okay, but I tell you one thing: if it came down to my one vote, and before I would let Biden get in office, I'd definitely vote for Trump. That's a fucking fact. Because, like I said, this crime bill, that is the shit that broke the black family up, and people are still being harmed from it today. Now, also, let me see something. Hold up. No, I think it's on this one. Let me see. Hold up. This is the guy said, I'm not saying everything in here I agree with in this article, but this was the main thing, right, this guy got. And I'm about to play the video in a minute. Let me see something. This is a guy. I don't know if this nigga black or whatever. He looked like a mulatto, like mixed. They said the 10 reasons I won't support the Black Lives Matter movement, right? Let me see something. Like I said, man, this shit is ridiculous, man. You ain't never see. They put batteries in people back. That's the reason why, you know what I'm saying? Why a lot of these people are running around voting. I mean, running around here talking about Black Lives Matter. We ain't even black. You know what I'm saying? Let me see something. I was looking for, okay. All right, let me see something. All right, so I'm gonna just read this right here. No, that ain't what I'm looking for. I got something I'm looking for particular. All right, this is what I was looking for right here. Hey, can you turn that down? Or close the door, please. Thank you. All right, so it's saying completely ignore fatherhood, right? This is just one of the movements that we're gonna when the lady build on this, she's gonna go through the complete thing. This is something that I found interesting, right? It's saying they completely ignore fatherhood from Black Lives Matter, right? It's saying we disrupt the Western prescribed nuclear family structure. So what is, let me see something. Let's go here. So it's saying nuclear family, a couple and their dependent children regarded a basic social unit. All right. So it's saying a couple, right? But the couple would be man and woman, right? For most people, right? Let's go to Wikipedia and read again. Let's read a little bit of it. Since we're building on this. When they say the basic nuclear, they talk about 2 men, 2 women. And I ain't, like I said, I'm not against what somebody choose to do, but I think that some things affect the overall quality of life for the child or whatever. Me personally, I wouldn't want to have 2 fathers and see that shit will make me normalize to seeing this shit, right? Or two women. Like, I mean, even though that shit exists though, but at some point in time, you gotta say that shit will confuse the child, and the child will be raised. Now, sometimes they not. Someone raised is not raised like that, depending on circumstances, right? So, it's a nuclear family is a family of group consisting of 2 parents and their children, 1 or more. It is in contrast to a single parent family, the larger extended family, right? I saying, or family with more than 2 parents. Nuclear families typically centered on a married couple, which may have any number of children. Right now, they changed it right there. Right, they changed it. I think they just changed that part right there. But it's basically about a married couple having children or family. That's what basically a nuclear family is, right? So it's saying to disrupt the Western prescribed nuclear family structure required by supporting each other as extended families and a village that collectively care for one another, especially our children, to the degree that now listen, they're not including niggas, right? That mothers, parents, and children are comfortable. Well, every village that has fatherless families is a village that suffer a higher crime rate, higher drug usage, it's a higher abortion rate, higher dropout rates, higher poverty rates, and so more. So it's saying dads matter. So that's the person response to hearing that shit. This is all in quotations, right? So start from here and it ends here. And this is the person's statement, right? What he's saying about dads matter, right? So he just basically gave you. And the funny thing about that is, right, all the people that they protesting are black men that's being killed, right? So how would you be against that? Now check this out. I'm gonna play another video for you guys real quick.
For a while, we both struggled with low credit scores. Then I heard about
Still the commercial.
It's a way to build credit that doesn't require a credit score or upfront.
Sorry about
y'all see these women here? 4 years ago, I did a video exposing Black Lives Matter as a Black feminist LGBT movement that is specifically used to promote the Black LGBT movement and into the Black community. And it is to remove the Black male completely out of the picture. The only way Black men are allowed, according to the founders of Black Lives Matter, which are these 3 lesbians.
Now check this out, right? Now, if these are the founders, right? Now, these people are saying that this group, even though some people would disagree, you know, some of us think that burning our fucking communities down is good, but then after you burn your community down, you don't have no resources, you don't have farms, you don't have water, you don't have nothing. So where are you going to get your resources from after you do that? Then you're going to have to go spend money with white people, right? You notice that the plot is they burning all their communities. So when they go shopping, they gotta go outside the community that they burnt to go buy the fucking utensils or the resources that they just burnt down. So that shit right there is not productive, right? But I mean, to some people, you may think that happened. Now remember, we had riots in the 1970s, right? Dylan, after Martin Luther King got killed, you know, in all of the major black cities, they had riots. They burnt shit down. Because in North, they burnt the whole Springfield Avenue down. They just now fixed Springfield Avenue up probably within the last 20 years. But I remember growing up, you go up to Springfield Avenue, ain't nothing but lots. Ain't nothing but lots and fucking bad vacant lots, bandit lots, and with bottles and all shit that people drop off. They drop their waste off and shit. So I've seen this shit my entire life. And I remember the riots. So now I guess this is supposed to mimic the riots that was happening then. So when we look back now, we're going to say, yeah, gay people fought with us, lesbians fought with us, and white people fought with us. So then basically we can't blame, we can't really blame nobody but ourselves at that point in time, right? But just check this shit out. Now, like I said, if these was niggas that got together, because every black man that tried to make a fucking movement, it's so funny that they would let three lesbian women control a movement and whatever. And even though the movement is surrounded about not personal violence, but it's surrounded about terrorism, because that still would be considered terrorism of them burning shit down or whatever. And like I said, if these was Negroes that had this type of organization, they would have been came and locked. The feds would have been locked these niggas up. They would have been locked them up. They would have locked them up on the strength that they're inciting a riot. That's a charge. You understand what I'm saying? So because these people are basically shielded by the fucking Democrats. The Democrats are people who shield them. That's why they're able to do what they do. Because they raising money for the Democrats. So you think the Democrats ain't gonna fucking stop them from getting from protecting them? Ain't gonna protect them? Use your brain now. Now let's check this out. Let's get into some more of this joint.
And they hate you, black men. And I'm going to show it to you. I'm not going to just tell you shit. I've exposed these bitches before. And apparently I got to expose them again because I cannot believe Black Lives Matter is about basically coming out of your mouths again. These women hate you, black men. The only way you're accepted into their movement is unless you're gay or you're a trans woman. That's the only way. Other than that, they do not like straight black men. Allow me to show you the proof. So I went to their site before, okay? That's right, or did. There you go. That's right, or did. I went to their website before and I have exposed them before, right? Hold on, let me just show you, let me just show you I'm on their site. Okay, this is their site. This is Black Lives Matter site, okay? All right. Now, here you have the about. If you go, can you guys see that? Yeah, you can. So if you go to their website and you click on the about page, you got another co-founders. And these are nothing but black women who are also lesbians and they hate black men. They have no interest in black men. So you have the co-founders, which are two black women, are lesbians. And you have three of the founders who are lesbians, and they all don't like straight black men. So then you got her story. What the fuck does her story have to do with Black Lives Matter? Don't worry about it. Let's go to what we believe. This is my favorite part. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? What we believe. If you still fuck with Black Lives Matter after I show you what they really think about you, you deserve everything you get. Let's click on it. What we believe. So once you get through all this bullshit about Trayvon Mountain and, we hear Black Global, blah, blah, blah. Then we get down to their agenda. Let's read it. We see ourselves as part of the global Black family. That's communism. I'll talk about that later. And we are aware of the different ways we are impacted or privileged as Black people who exist in different parts of the world. We are guided by the fact that all Black lives matter regardless of actual or perceived sexual identity, gender identity, gender expression. Black folks, what does Black Lives Matter have the fuck to do with sexual identity, gender identity, and gender expression? Oh, don't worry, I'll tell it to you. Economic status. Communism. They don't want there's no such thing as poor or rich. Everybody got to be all fucked up on one payment scale. I'll talk about that later. Ability and disability, religious beliefs or disbeliefs, immigration status or location. Isn't immigration fucking up the Black community as it is? I do believe that Compton is no longer Black anymore because of immigration. But let me just go on. Let me go on. We make space for transgender brothers and sisters to participate and lead. Let me say it again, just in case you niggas forgot how to fucking comprehend words. We make space for transgender brothers and sisters to participate and lead. Do you know that you cannot be a straight Black male or even a straight Black female and hold a leadership position in the Black Lives Matter organization? Did you not know this? If you're straight, you have no need for them except when they want you for muscle, when they want you to riot and get shot and to sit up here and get killed and do all kinds of vandalism and this, that, and that. They want you as foot soldiers because you're expendable. But you'll never hold leadership position as somebody straight. They call us cis. Let's go on and continue to read. We are self-reflective and do work required to dismantle cisgendered privilege. Now, those of you who don't know what cisgendered privilege means, it means biologically straight. It means you are a straight man or a straight woman. They have no need for anyone who is heterosexual in their movement, and they do not promote heterosexuality in the Black community. And uplift Black trans folks, especially Black trans women, who continue to be disproportionately impacted by trans antagonistic violence. So when y'all go out there and talk about some Black Lives Matter, this is what you're dying for. This is what you're fighting for, dumbasses. We build a space that affirms Black women. Hey, where's Black man at? Just Black women? Aren't we having a problem with the matriarchy as it is? We build a space that affirms Black.
Now remember too, right? Remember what the brother just said about the feminist movement, because this is a continuation of the feminist movement, bringing the rest of these, you know what I'm saying, movements in it all together. They all surrounded the feminist movement. They talk about nothing about no niggas, but the niggas is the ones getting shot. Yeah, their sisters or whatever. And like I said, me personally, my mind thinks differently. Like this guy just got shot in his back or whatever. I mean, like, look, man, I mean, you got to really look into a lot of this stuff, man. I think a lot of these shootings are pretty much staged, man. You know what I'm saying? To basically cause civil unrest for people to do it. Just like you see all these people out here protesting and all these niggas who you never seen ever say nothing. No, none of these white coaches have ever said anything about black people getting killed. None of these players, etc. Who is, because what they're doing is they're making it okay for people to do it for now. And it's basically all to make, oh shit, well, we got a white supremacist in office because he said something about stopping people from the border, and black people won't go for that shit. Black people, we'll sit here and bring everybody in the fucking world into our fucking neighborhood until we don't have a neighborhood no more. And then we be looking fucking stupid, talking about some, oh, they got, because your dumb ass thing, you thought that your only so-called problem was the white oppression, or what we call the certain European oppression, because all Europeans is not like that. You know what I'm saying? And I will reiterate that or whatever. And I know that for a fact. You know what I'm saying? But you got to also look at it from, there's angles to this shit. There's angles as well as levels to this shit. You understand what I'm saying? Because you when you at work and you with a white guy, you never really talking to him about racial problems. You looking at him like he's a co-worker, we're cool, we go out and go drink. You never discuss that, but you won't know his perspective until he, you know what I'm saying, and until you have a conversation. Most people don't conversate on political stuff or the so-called problems that black people have. You know what I'm saying? We don't really discuss that. Like if you got a white co-worker or somebody that's cool with you, you don't know their point of view because that's not a subject that always come up. Now all of a sudden you see all these people protesting, people who I never heard say any motherfucking thing. Never. Motherfucker will plead the fifth before they would say something about when these black people get killed. Now, oh, we gotta vote. The same thing LeBron James. Oh, we gotta vote. Like a motherfucker gonna really listen to your dumb ass. Nigga should have went to fucking college, maybe. You know what I'm saying? But you gonna sit there and listen to him? Tell me you ain't saying nothing about Tamir Rice or nothing? I don't care if you did wear a fucking hoodie. Because that shit seemed kind of funny and strange too, because like I told you, right? Excuse me. The same night that George Zimmerman was acquitted, they showed the goddamn fucking trailer for Fruitville Station. Now, Fruitville Station is dealing with Oscar Grant and how he got killed. You can't make this shit up. Why would they run that shit the same day that this man just got acquitted? Like, that's some predictive programming shit to me. I'm looking like, what? Why the fuck would they show this goddamn commercial? I've never seen this commercial. But you would show it after this shit happens? Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and like I said, so-called black people, they need to wake the fuck up because ignorance is the real enemy, right? Now look, I'm gonna play some more, right?
Free from sexism, misogyny, and environments in which men are centered. Oh, you hate to see it, don't you? You hate to see it. And you niggas are going out there and you're dying for these motherfuckers. Okay? You hate to see it. How could you be so stupid? But see, here's the deal. They know what they're doing. They're hiding it in plain sight. They're hiding it in plain sight because they know you niggas don't read. We practice empathy. We engage comrades. By the way, comrades is communism. I'm going to show you. A lot of you all don't understand how fucked up communism is. I'll explain that when we get to Antifa in a minute. With the intent to learn about and connect with their context, we make our spaces family friendly and enable parents to fully participate with their children. We dismantle the patriarchal practice. We dismantle the patriarchal practice that requires mothers to work double shifts bullshit so that they can mother in private, even as they participate in public justice work. And here's the last hold on. We disrupt the Western prescribed nuclear family, meaning that they don't want the man in the home with the children unless he's a transsexual woman or he's gay. You heterosexual men do not belong in the home of a nuclear family. We already have a problem. We already have a problem of men not being in the home. And these fucking bitches right here are trying to make sure that it's that way. How could you even utter the goddamn words Black Lives Matter? And let's be true. Let's be truthful about it, black folks. Black lives don't matter to black folks. Come on now. Who y'all trying to be new to? Who y'all trying to be new to? Really? Really? But we'll get to that in a minute.
I'm sorry about that, my bad. Sorry about that.
And then they talk about to extend families as villages that collectively care for one another, especially our children, to the degree that mothers, parents, and children are comfortable. By the way, there's no fathers. Did you see this? That mothers, parents, and children. Parents means transgender women and transgender men and gay men and lesbians. Those are parents. But you notice you don't see the word father. Did you see the word father here? Let me ask you, I could be blind. I could be blind. Does anybody see the word father? Chat, you see the word father in here? I don't see it either. Isn't it important that we have fathers in our lives? Let's continue to read. We foster a queer affirming network. We foster a queer affirming network. When we gather, we do so with the intention of freeing ourselves from the tight grip of heteronormative. That means if you are straight, you have no business, and you have no business in Black Lives Matter, and they do not see you as something worth fighting for. Thinking, or rather the belief that all the world are heterosexual. Less than 1%, less than 1%, less than 1% of the Black community falls underneath the LGBT umbrella. Yet these bitches fostered an entire movement based upon that extreme small percent. Yeah, and still you motherfuckers are going out to Black Lives Matter, which is a fucking lie. But just in case you think I'm lying, I'm going to give you guys the link. Feel free to check it yourself. Spread the word. I thought I took care of this bullshit before, but apparently it's been resurfaced. Here's the link. Know thy enemy, Black folks. Without straight people, these three-hand hateful females wouldn't exist. There you go, the man in black. There you go. Know thy enemy. Know thy enemy. Know thy enemy. You need to recognize your enemies for who they are. Now, let's talk about.
You see that right there, right? Look. Now, all of that shit goes with all of this shit we talking about, the feminist movement, with the fact that the man couldn't be in the house if they was collecting benefits, even though that they know there wasn't enough jobs to support most of the people who made the Great Migration. Even today, the war on drugs, or how that locked Black men up, the crime bill, how that locked black men up as well. So we're going to get into a little bit of that. Let me just make sure. All right, so hold up here, go on here. All right, hold up. Let me just make sure, because I had some other shit pulled up here. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to go into a few things here. So let's click on this real quick. Let's say fact check. It said was the 1994 crime bill primary driver of mass incarceration of African American men. Let's see something. At the campaign event for Hillary Clinton in Philadelphia last month, former President Bill Clinton was interrupted by so-called Black Lives Matter. It's an activist criticizing the 1994 crime bill, Control and Law Enforcement Act, which, among other things, established long mandatory sentences, eliminated federal funding for inmate education. So if you guys know, before they used to let people go to college in prison. So when you come home, you got a degree and you can get right. You can, you know what I'm saying? You can get right into the system or whatever. And if you choose, you can get a job. So they pulled that program, right? So it's saying and put more than 100,000 more police officers on the streets. All right. And they got some nerve to be supporting, like, yo, you niggas. Man, listen, a slave from a mental death, man. Mentally dead Negroes. Mentally fucking dead, man. Like this, you can't make this shit up, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's continue. The 94 crime bill has become a top talking point in 2016 Democratic primary race. Both Hillary Clinton and Senator Bernie Sanders have built the criminal justice reform platform aiming at revising the tough on crime approach on the 1994 bill. And on the campaign trail, both Bill and Hillary Clinton has faced criticism, they saying, from Black Lives Matter. It's saying over the law. It's saying with many claiming that the act ushered the era of mass incarceration that has disproportionately affected African American men. It's saying, for instance, in the 2015 interview, right, MS so-called Black Lives Matter activist Julius Jones claimed that the policy mistakes that Hillary Clinton and the Clintons made got us in large degree to the situation that we are in today with this mass incarceration, right? It says, so was the 1994 crime bill a key driver of the mass incarceration of African American men, while the act did not contain several tough on crime measures. The rise in federal and state prison population, both total and for the African American male, was already underway by 1994. Now, this is here, the Violent of Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act of 1994. According to Federal Bureau of Investigation data, the national violent crime rates, the number of violent crimes per 100,000 population increased by an estimate 56% from 1976 through 1990. In 1991, 3 years before President Clinton took office a second term, the violent crime rate has peaked. This is over 758 per 100,000 residents. Right? And it peaked. Now we know why it peaked. See, the underlying thing is too the crack. You know what I'm saying? The motherfucking drugs. You know, and we know ain't nobody go creating, ain't no nigga just create no goddamn crack cocaine. It probably was a damn scientist that was acting like a fucking fiend that brought that in and had niggas cooking shit up and then had niggas smoking this shit. And this is the shit that had people, because, you know, understand this, right? And Biden, what he said was true, right? He said that shit started in the Caribbean, right? Because it did, or Central South America. It did because they ran a test on them people first. They put drugs, they put crack cocaine in South America first. And they ran the program to see what was the effects of the population of people who was on it. And they seen that people just lost all integrity, disregarded all disciplines or, you know, morality in life. You know what I'm saying? As a result of being on them drugs. And like I said, man, you know, we've been seeing black people get killed all this time and no one have. And like I said, some people may disagree with me, like, well, you know, you got people who just tired. Nah, Money Grip. I don't even believe it's that, because I believe that a lot of this shit is coerced, man. You got to look at the coercion. You out there marching and shit. The fuck for what? Niggas is marching for all this time. That shit ain't getting nobody no goddamn well. Where? And even before this year came up, but now it seems like it's a boost that's basically pointed. And then see, I knew what the flim flam was when they started talking. Oh, we gotta vote. We gotta. So who is we voting for? Or who are y'all voting for? Because I'm sitting up there scratching my head like, wait a minute. See, if they didn't say we gotta vote, I might have not put my conspiracy theory senses up, or my spidey senses. I might not have thought or started to overthink the situation out if they would have never brought the word vote up. Because now I'm like, wait a minute, man. So who are we voting for, bro? So and what is voting? Because if you know, right, and I'm not saying, like I said, man, I'm not a Trump supporter, man. But the young lady, her name is Angela. I can't think of her last name, but she was on the Breakfast Club, and she was saying, you know, how they release certain people. And I'm gonna tell you like this, man. Even Trump told Jay-Z and Meek Mills and all them motherfuckers to come meet with them. But you know why they didn't meet with them? Because the Democrat Party would have fucking like disconnected themselves from them. You see, everybody who meet with Trump, these people get scrutiny from other so-called black Democrats. You know what I'm saying? And then these niggas, even Cordell West, he would sit there and say, well, damn, man, we got to vote. We got to get Trump out of office. We got to get your ass out of here, man. Wearing that same fucking suit all the time, talking that same fucking shit for the last 40 fucking years or whatever. Like, he's an agent too, man. They put these agents, any nigga who went to Harvard is a fucking agent, man. Or UCLA too, that come out and make these talking points. Because UCLA is a mind, they do mind control experiments there. Sleep deprivation, torture, etc. You know what I'm saying? You have to really do the knowledge to it. Mae Brussel, who some name as the mother of conspiracy theories. Her name is Mae Brussel. Mae, M-A-E, Brussel, B-R-U-S-S-E-L. L. It might be L. Look up on YouTube. She was talking about the N1H1. The flu vaccination. She was talking about all this shit in the 1970s. All the shit you see was going on now. You know what I'm saying? And she was talking about the whole Jim Jones experiment and how people like Angela Davis supported Jim Jones. And as a result of them supporting him, they went out there and drunk that fucking poisonous Kool-Aid or took the bullet in the head. Because it was either or. It was either you drink the Kool-Aid or you take this bullet. And that's what was going on out there. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, black lives never matter as long as you was black during this whole from 8 to 18. I'm going to say from 1865, because it wasn't from 1619 until now. Anybody with any common fucking sense will see exactly what's going on. You have to do the real research to understand this, right? But let me continue. I'm going to read a little bit more. Let me see something. All right, hold up. All right, boom. At the top, the crime rate was a top issue for voters in 1994. Public opinion polls showed that 37% of America said crime was the most important problem facing the community, right? Ranking above 22 other issues, including healthcare, 20%, employment, 18%, and economics at 14%. Taking together the trend in the crime rate and public opinion helped foster the receptiveness to political appeal for a tough on crime agenda. Hold on for a second. All right. On August 25th, 1994, after extending negotiations between Republicans and Democrats in Congress, as well as within both parties in the Senate, voted 61-38 in favor of the 1994 crime bill. 6 Republicans joined 55 Democrats in voting yes. Four days earlier, the bill passed by the vote of 235 to 195 in the House, with 46 Republicans and 1 independent voting in favor, right? So the Democrats and most of the people who voted for this shit, right? It's saying the $30.2 billion anti-crime package, which Bill Clinton signed into law in September 13 of that year, authorized roughly a $7 billion for crime protection programs, $9.7 billion for funding for new prisons. Did you hear that? See, what you got to understand is this, right? A lot of these fucking state numbers are CUSIP numbers. You ain't hear that from the guard, right? Because you niggas wouldn't understand. They're CUSIP numbers. These numbers individually are traded as stock on the motherfucking stock market. But you wouldn't know that, though. Like, you know what I'm saying? But you know now, right? Plus, a lot of these prisons got quotas with the state to keep the beds filled up. So which that trickles down to the law enforcement and put more pressure on them to arrest more people and put more people in jail as a result of this shit. So this shit stinks to high fucking hell. You know what I'm saying? It stinks to high fucking hell. You understand? And all of this shit is related. All of it is related. From Black Lives Matter saying that they don't care about the father or the patriotic. And like I said, that's a whole nother discussion, because we know in this country, dealing with our generation, dealing with the so-called women. Women was the people, was the clan mothers was the ones that basically made the Constitution, the clan mothers, all right? And they basically was the law, but the enforcers would have been the men, all right? So you need the patriarch and the matriarch is a balance. You can't have too much of both. You know what I'm saying? It's a balance. It's a balance in life. It's like yin and yang, you know what I'm saying? Polarities, right? Hot and cold, you know what I'm saying? Hard and soft, right? So it's a 90.7 billion, 9.7 in billion in funding. That's $9.7 billion. You know how much money that is for prisons? And 13.4 billion for local, state, and federal enforcement. All right. So who put the police on the fucking street to run a rampant like they doing that? Right? So check it out. Among other measures, the laws established the 3-strike provision, which mandated sentences ranging from 25 years to life for many repeated offenders, expanded federal mandatory minimal sentences, and required state as a condition of obtaining federal funds for prisons construction to adopt truth in sentencing, the TIS law, right? It's saying which required that a person convicted of a violent crime serve no less than 85% of their sentence imposed. These measures, some claim, push the nation combined with federal and state prison population to its peak of 1.6 million in 2009. All right. Excuse me. 1994, the crime bill mass incarceration. According to the data from the Bureau of Justice Statistics, the national incarceration rate, the numbers of persons incarcerated per 100,000 population begin to sustain period of growth in 1973 to 20 years before Clinton signed it, right? It's in the 1994 crime. See the figure, absolute numbers, federal, state, prison population increased fivefold between 1973 and 1994. Now, remember too this, right? Remember, according to them, right, the 13th and 14th Amendment didn't make slavery. And remember, we weren't slaves. They just reversed the whole story on us. All right. But now they can now that they got power of the city, they can just lock black people up. And it wasn't, like I said, it wasn't always like that. Okay. It wasn't always like that. We can get all into, I can read some shit about from a Negro Digest, and I can put you up on some real game when it comes to what we was doing over here. You had too many black landowners for it to be racism like we see it from 1865 until now. You know, it was too many black landowners, too many in the 1700s and 1600s. How the fuck, if the racism was like it is in the South, how did you live in this? How did your family live in the South from the 1600s all the way into the 1900s without no racial problems? And then when the 1900s, when Jim Crow law was peaked, because you would think that they would have had a Jim Crow law system in the early 1600s. Is racist as these people tell us this shit been, but it wasn't like that. That means that these people wasn't in control like that, right? All right. So this is a graph right here showing the 1994. But look, if you look, 1970, right? This is after they came back from Vietnam, right? So we see American Gangster, you'll see that the heroin, 1970 is after Vietnam, right? You'll see the heroin epidemic because, you know, you had a bad heroin epidemic back in the 1970s, right? And who was bringing that shit in? You see what I'm saying? Who was bringing that shit in? That's a whole nother story, not to mention the crack cocaine and the guns that these kids find in Chicago. Just, oh shit, they found the motherfucking a Glock 9 with a motherfucking 50 shot extended clip on it. What? Huh? Okay. Yeah. So let's continue, man. Let me see something. Oh, all right, here it go right here. I wanted to read this one right here because I want to read something else. We're going to get up out of here, right? So the 1980s war on drug legislation. The rise in incarceration was driven at least in part by the U.S. war on drugs, which gave rise to state laws like the 1973 New York Rockefeller drug law. Rockefeller, y'all, right? Your man Jigga, right? The man Jigga, Rockefeller, y'all. So you got a nigga like Jay-Z who whole persona was about being a drug dealer, right? And then on top of that, brag rapping, saying what you don't got, putting you down. Or you bought a 4.0, you better get your change. If ain't no platinum in them Cartiers, switch your frames. You know what I'm saying? That, you know, that type of talk, right? So this man who basically people looked up to, and then, oh shit, this nigga Jay-Z got a 4.6. Oh, let me get rid of this 4.0 range and let me get a 4.6, man. You know what I'm saying? So now I gotta push more drugs. I gotta make more trips to the South. Because believe it or not, a lot of the New York rappers is the people who bought the drugs into the motherfucking, well, not New York rappers, but niggas from New York is the niggas that went through a lot of these fucking towns in the South and fucking destroyed them with this fucking drug shit now. Because niggas used to take trips down South all the fucking time. Oh, you can go down South and make a killing off of this or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So understand that. How is this man yelling Rockefeller when Rockefeller created the drug law? You think that they would despise anybody who would be talking about drugs, right? Think about that. Let that marinate, right? So Rockefeller drug law is saying set a mandatory sentencing statutes for drug crimes. Federal drug control legislation, such as the Comprehensive Crime Control Act of 1984, Anti-Drug Abuse Act of 1986, and the Anti-Drug Abuse Act of 1918. In response to the sharp rise of violent crimes and drug prevalence, these laws, among other things, standardized federal sentencing procedures, increasing the penalties for the federal drug offenses, and established mandatory minimum prison terms with sentences based on the type of quality of drug involved. The possession of 5 grams of crack or cocaine now carried the same sentence as possession of 500 grams of powder cocaine. So they're saying that if you got caught with 5 grams of crack, you'll do better with getting caught with a damn near, that ain't a kid. A kid's like over 2 pounds. Right? 500 grams is a lot though, right? How it go? They saying that you'd rather get caught with 5. You get the same amount of time for getting caught with 500 grams to get caught with 5 grams of fucking crack. How? How is that possible? Because even off the 500 grams, you can fucking, a person who really know what they're doing, they could bring that shit back to fucking almost 800 grams. You know what I'm saying? So I've seen this. I mean, like, I'm just speaking from experience. And like I said, you know, the part I played in this, you know what I'm saying? I played a part in this shit too. You know, at one point in time, I was under the mind control too. And, you know, that's the reason why, you know, why I got to go back in the matrix and snatch people up. That's the reason why, you know, when my program opened back up in September, I will be going back to the youth facility and trying to, you know, do what I can do to help the kids, try to get some of the kids into some of these labor unions when they get out, trying to make sure some of these kids, when they get out, they can get into at least a community college. And for some of them, they can go back, they can go to college. You know what I'm saying? And you know, and also be an advocate for a lot of these kids. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm trying to do. Besides my documentary and besides the work that I do over here, I do real work out there. Okay. And that's what I try to do. You know what I'm saying? Just uplift fallen humanity. Oh, you're not supposed to say we're not Moors. Don't, man, fuck out of here. Uplift fallen humanity, because we have fallen. We definitely fell beyond anything that you can say. Give me the Indian saying for it. And if I'm saying it the wrong way, right? So look, the crack cocaine sentencing policies has had a disproportionate impact on African Americans. In 1995, 88% of those convicted on federal crack offenses were Black Americans, right? And while the ratio were reduced in 2010 from 100 to 1 and to 18 to 1, the sentencing gap remains. In 2015, 79% of the persons prosecuted in the federal system for crack offenses was Black Americans. Additionally, a large portion of growth in the state and federal imprisonment is due to the increased number of arrests for drugs offenses, according to the FBI uniform crime data. Right, it's saying between 1965 and 1992, the arrest rate for drug abuse violations increased from roughly 36% to 100,000 adults to 500. I guess that, hold up, 500%, right? To 100,000. I don't, that's kind of weird. I don't know what the percentage is, but that shit jumped up. It said it jumped up from 36% to 550%. Okay, so that's like what? The 36% is coming off of a range of 100%. And they said 5, so that's like a 550% increase. And while the arrest rate of both white and Black adults for drug violations has risen since 1970, the rate for Black people has grown more rapidly. In 1970, Black adults were roughly 3 times as likely to be arrested for the drug violation than white adults. By 1992, this rate climbed to 5 times that, with 2,000 per 100,000 black adults arrested for drug violations. In conclusion, in the recent months, both Bill and Hillary have faced criticism from Black Lives Matter activists over the 1994 Violent Crime Control and the Law Enforcement Act, which many claiming that bill ushered in the era of mass incarceration of African American men. While the bill did contain several tough on crime measures, such as expanding mandatory minimum sentences and establishing a federal 3-strike laws. Okay, the rise in federal and state prison population, both total for African American males. It said we already was already underway more than 20 years before Clinton. Now they trying to make an excuse for him, but that's coming from the same goddamn system. You see what I'm saying? They just found the way to uplift the system, right? Now let's go to another one, right? Let me see. So I got a few things. Right? Let's go this one. Excuse me. All right. It's kind of a lot, but we're gonna get with this shit. Just give me a second. My screen froze up. All right, there you go. All right, there you go, right there. I see 3 ways the 1994 crime bill can continue to hurt community of color, right? Let me see something real quick. I had another one. All right, hold up. I got 2 more things I'm gonna touch on before we end this out. So we're gonna probably be looking at least 2 o'clock. Excuse me, y'all. This is another joint right here, right? This is actually, let me see something. All right, so this is another joint right here. So this kind of opposes the other article that I had. I got one more thing with, look, now check this out, right? I'm gonna touch on this last. Let's go ahead. All right, so 3 ways the 1994 crime bill continue to hurt communities of color. Let me see something before we go into this. Make sure you guys are still good. We still good, y'all? If you really, I didn't even get all into the Mena, Arkansas shit, yo. I'm not even gonna really go because there's some limits to my madness or whatever. But you guys want to check out the Mena, Arkansas with the guy Barry Seal. Barry Seal is the guy that played an American what the fuck is the name of the movie with Tom Cruise when he played the nigga Barry I can't think of the movie, but it's called America something, right? And they showed this guy was connected to all these people, man. They said when this nigga got killed, they found George H.W. Bush number in this nigga pocket. All right. So he was the one that was mainly bringing the drugs in, right? What we got going? Let me see. All that shit happened after the Civil War. Wasn't none of this shit going on prior to this. There was a small little bullshit going on before the coup started. But prior to that, all that shit we get from 1619 to now, the goddamn lie. That's a motherfucking lie, yo. That's a fucking lie. I challenge anybody. Bring the best scholars. Bring whoever the fuck you want to bring. I'll challenge anybody with my resources and research that I've got to show you that everybody, shit, I'm gonna go on a limb and say none of us were slaves. Okay? I'm gonna go on a limb and say none of us were slaves. If at most we have people in our family that work for us. So I don't believe none of us were slaves. That's all bullshit. It's all bullshit because there's too many stories that's starting to contradict that official slave narrative. We looking at black people or Aboriginal American copper colored people. We looking at them as the people who was basically the fucking economics, because the first economics was agriculture and we was the only farmers. And if you dummies believe, oh, they brought the best Africans from Africa to farm. So how the Europeans taught them? How do Europeans know the seasonal? How do Europeans know the fuck? That's why they had to make the fucking farmer almanac for them, because they could not understand the climate. The climate is different here in North America. Yeah, you can go in Florida and plant shit all year long and along the Gulf, the hot states. But when you start getting in the north or whatever, and you starting to have farms, that shit is limited. That shit is from March until maybe the end of September. You know, when we start talking about certain greens can grow through the winter. That's a fact. You know what I'm saying? Like lactano kale, what they call dinosaur kale. Dinosaur kale grow all the way until December. So you have to know the science. See, farming is a science. It's just not no shit that just you can just do some shit and you be successful, especially when you're riding on the fact that you really need this shit. People lives is dependent on this product, you know what I'm saying, being able to be, you know what I'm saying, to mature to where you can't eat it and get the proper nutrients from the food. You understand what I'm saying? So you believe that Europeans brought fucking Africans here and they taught Africans farming, you're a goddamn fool. You know what I'm saying? You're a goddamn fool. All right? So yeah, I mean, this shit go deep. This shit go real deep. This shit go real deep. I don't know. AP ain't never come in. I'm gonna put the link back in here again before I get out of here. Hold up. So people can build. I know I seen one brother in the chat. Let me see something. Oh, he's there. I'm gonna put the link back in there. I'm going through a lot right now, putting all this shit up here, so we gotta keep it moving. All right, so I'm just putting it in there. Just stay in there till I get finished reading this, and when I get done reading this, I'm gonna come back and I'll address you guys. Let me see something. Hold up. Oh, it's the other page. This one right here. All right, so look, let's get into this. All right, so it's saying 3 ways the 94 crime bill continues to hurt communities of color, which means us, right? But, you know, a lot of people voluntarily came here and they just so happened to move into our communities where we was the motherfucking people targeted, and they're just casualties of war. You know what I'm saying? But they just add them onto it. You know what I'm saying? Anytime you see Sports Center talking about a black man shot, you know that this shit is staged, man. You know that all of this shit, somebody gave these niggas, oh yeah, it's okay for you guys to talk about it now. It's okay for you guys to talk about it. And that's what Stephen A. Smith was saying. Like, why weren't people talking about it when they was at risk of losing something? You know what I'm saying? Why wasn't they talking about it when they was at risk of losing something? You know what I'm saying? And even if you want to go into the whole, oh, Trump want these people to stand, you know, I listen, that's personal opinion when it comes to that. That's not the policies I'm looking at. I'm not even concerned about that, because if you're not going to protest outside of the NFL field, then kneeling is really not helpful. Or you making a stand, or you giving acknowledgement to it. You giving acknowledgement to it. You might as well stand and put your fucking fist in the air before you fucking take a knee. You know what I'm saying? And the military dude told him, he went to Colin Kaepernick, said, yo, you know, sitting on the side is kind of disrespectful. So it'd be better if you know. So he came up and he told, not like, you don't get the fuck out of here, and I'm gonna do what I want to do. I'm not kneeling. Fuck out of here, man. You know what I'm saying? So let's get into this. I'm gonna see something. Let me make sure. I don't want to read this whole thing. All right. I'm gonna start right here with one. All right, so it authorized the death penalties for 60 new federal offenses, right? So it said, known as the direct descendants of lynching, the death penalties have always triggered or targeted and terrorized blacks. Now you're gonna say Latino community, right? But remember, like I said, and no disrespect to my Latino brothers and sisters. But a lot of people just came here in the 1970s. You know what I'm saying? And you know, a lot of people don't come from poverty in their country. You live in Caribbean countries where shit is abundant. You know what I'm saying? So most people migrate to America for fucking greed, whether we like it or we don't. Just ask an immigrant, why did they come to America? For a better life. This is what motherfuckers gonna tell you. They came here for a better life. So how is it a better life when you always bragging about your goddamn country? I don't get it. Oh, okay. All right. You just want the material shit. You want to come after we fought, after we got bit by dogs, and we're still low man on the fucking totem pole, right? We fought, and then the people come in are the people who get uplifted, and then they bring other people to talk for us or whatever. Like a lot of these journalists, a lot of these black people that they put in politics. None of these niggas, a lot of these motherfuckers are not even Aborigines, man, to North America. Whether we can get all into, yeah, we're brothers and sisters with people, but you're not going into none of these people countries or their islands and making no fucking policies that these people don't agree with. You're not going there doing that, but people come in here doing that shit to us, right? So let's continue, right? So it's saying the Crime Bill Federal Death Penalty Act permitted the use of the death penalties for 60 new federal offenses, including certain drug offenses not related to homicide. Okay? So for certain drug offenses that was not related to homicide, you can get the goddamn death penalty, right? In the 5 years following the bill passage, 74% of the defendants with death penalties recommendations from federal prosecutors were people of color. Notably, 44% were black and 21% was Hispanic, right? Racial disparities in the capital punishment persistent to this day, while blacks and Hispanic people represent just 31% of the U.S. population. They represent 53% of death row inmates, 41.9% and 11.3% respectively. It's saying furthermore, the death penalty is more likely to be recommended when the victim of a crime is white rather than black, despite the fact that black men are most likely victims of homicide. Last year, the Trump administration called upon the federal prosecutor to pursue the death penalties in cases, it's saying, dealing with extreme large quantity of drugs. Now, this is some extra shit right here. It's saying, and directive, survive litigation. It is expected to worsen the racial disparities in the application and the death penalties, as black people are more likely than white people to be arrested, convicted, and incarcerated in drug crimes. So saying even though they use and sell drugs at similar rates, right? They impose a mandatory life sentences for individuals with 3 or more felony convictions, right? The bill implemented the rash new 3-strike laws. It's saying that impose automatic life sentences for people convicted of certain federal offenses if they already had 2 convictions on their record. Dozens of states followed the suit and enacted 3-strike laws, resulting in a ballooning of incarceration rates in certain states, especially for blacks and they say Latinos, right? So Imposing life sentences simply because an individual has a criminal record disproportionately target people of color who are more likely to have a record in the first place because of the unequal contact with police and the justice system. Harsh collateral consequences limit employment opportunities, right? Harsh collateral consequences limit the employment opportunities. Now, another thing what Clinton did was with that crime bill was make sure that anybody that came home from prison, you know, they got some kind of crazy things with getting federal grants to go to school or whatever, right? But you can still get it as long as you don't catch the charge while you're going to school. Now, if you had it prior to that, as long as you don't get in no trouble while you're going to school, which is fair. I agree with that, you know, because you shouldn't be, you know, if you're trying to get your life together, you should go through whatever pain. Shit, I had to go through the shit too. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't get some of the stuff that I was getting prior to me, son. Just so I had to basically work on myself, you know what I'm saying, when I went back to school. So let me just take a break real quick. I'm gonna get right back into it though. All right, so saying harsh collateral consequences limit employment opportunities, right? When I was growing up, there was no jobs, man. I'm telling you, in the early 1990s, there was no jobs, man. There was no fucking jobs for black. Yeah, you can get a fucking job working for a summer job, making $100 a fucking week or something like that. But for the most part, there was no jobs like it is now. Now there's jobs available for everybody, and now that most of us have most of us got criminal records, we can't even get jobs these days. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying you can get a bottom of the barrel job, but you ain't getting nothing where you can really make you know what I'm saying, be successful unless you work hard. I'm not gonna front. You can get shit done. You just have to work extra hard, which you already had to work extra hard from the beginning, right? But now you gotta work double that. You might have 2 fucking jobs making minimum wage or making just above minimum wage just to make it. While you got some people, and then you probably got to work the weekends too. The funny thing, I see a lot of these people that work in corporate, they don't work the weekends and they still make more money from a 5-day job than some people making two jobs. So I find that to be funny, right? So let's continue. All right, so limited employment opportunities for returning people, especially people of color, the increased likelihood of recidivism. The crime bill 3 strikes provision sent thousands of Americans to prison for life based on previous offenses for minor crimes such as stealing, loose change, and a parked car. In 2016, 78.5% of Americans serving life sentences in federal prison was people of color. Right? But since some states have recognized the damage and the disproportionate effects of the 3 strike sentences has on the communities of color, especially now. Check this out, right? Now the Celtics and the Raptors are boycotting the game tomorrow, right? You know, I mean, I watch ball. I watch basketball. I'm always going to watch basketball. I don't really care. I'm not watching it for these niggas to really be protesting. I want to see the goddamn game or whatever. But it's not making a difference because somebody is allowing them to do that. Like they boycotting it and like no one is getting fined or nothing happening. Like ain't that would be you try boycotting your job. Try not going to work tomorrow because of Black Lives Matter and see what happens. Miss a couple days out of work, just your regular job. Your boss ain't going. Your boss, some bosses might be considerable, might consider it and let you do it or whatever. But for the most part, if you niggas boycott your job, you ain't gonna have no fucking job tomorrow. So who is allowing these people to do this shit? That's what I'm saying. Like you have to look at the underlying thing. It's too many people protesting who never said shit in the past. Last year around this time, people still was getting killed. No one has ever said any motherfucking thing. You had besides Kaepernick and the few people who may have fucking protested with them. Now, any black man they show that get treated in a disrespect, people is just they just on go now. And that on go is not organic. That on go is because people getting fucking puppeteered and being controlled by people. This is not no organic movement. Even when you protesting, you gotta go get a fine. You gotta go get a permit to protest. So a permit means permission. So you gotta get a permission to do your First Amendment. The First Amendment gives you a right to do that. So you don't need a goddamn permit to do it. Because if you believe in the Constitution, what? The First Amendment, right? Give you a right to peaceful protest. So if that gives you a right to peaceful protest, meaning I don't have to go and get a permit from you guys because you already know what this shit is about. Nah, you niggas is crazy, though. Let's continue, man. All right. So what was that? So especially black communities, how you going? A major reform effort. In California, for instance, black people was 12 times more likely than white people to be incarcerated under the three-strike law until the state passed the Three-Strike Reform Act in 2012. The act amended the laws to require require one's third strike to be a series of violent felonies and allowed those currently serving three-strike sentences to petition the courts, right? I'm sorry, y'all. To petition the courts for a reduction of their term, meaning to get some time back, right? However, 28 states still have the three-strike sentences on books. Maryland, Mississippi, Louisiana, black people alone constitute approximately 3/4 of those sentences. That means 75%, right? To life in prison. While the federal government recently replaced its mandatory life sentences with 25-year minimum sentence. That means, you know what I mean, niggas is locked up for drugs in feds that got 25 to life. It neglected to apply this change retroactively, meaning that hundreds of Americans will die in prison as a result of the three-strike law. Okay, and your boy is the one who implemented. That was he came up with that shit, right? So it's saying levy harsh new penalties for justice involve youth, right? Now, this is where I'm working with some of the kids, right? So it's in the crime bill also expanded a school to prison pipeline, increased racial disparities and juvenile justice involvement by creating a draconian penalties for so-called super predators, okay? Low-income children of color, especially black children who are convicted of multiple crimes. Among other things, the crime bill allowed prosecutors to charge a 13-year-old child as an adult. So that means you send a fucking kid to state prison as a goddamn adult. And most of the time it's not state prison because they got these youth facilities or whatever, but that's what they wave these kids up. They wave them up into the age of an adult and send it. So a 13-year-old child can, I'm not completely sure that they would send a 13-year-old child to what prisons we got up here in Jersey. We got Broadway State, we got Northern State, we got, what's the racist one? Down in, not in Trenton. I can't think of the other, it's another prison. I can't think of the prison. It's another prison that they say all these motherfucking Klan members work at. But it's down South Jersey. Mostly all the prisons down South Jersey, except Broadway State, which Broadway State looked like the Capitol building, got a dome on it. So that's one of the buildings that's probably been here. And then you got Northern State. Northern State is actually in North. But it's like in the industrial area, right? All right. Yeah, that's crazy, right? As a result, today, 2/3 of Americans who were sentenced to life in prison as juveniles were black. Juveniles of color also constitute a majority of cases that are transferred to adult criminal court, regardless of the offense category. All right. Additionally, the bill included an increase in funding for school resources officers. It's saying these school-based licensed police officers can make arrests and sometimes are sometimes armed, depending on the local jurisdictions. It's saying this increase exacerbated the school to prison pipeline for Black children. Right, it's twice as likely to discipline Black students compared with white students. The bill also called for sentences and enhancement for youth who are convicted of certain bill offenses and believed to be associated with gangs. However, while white youth represented a significant portion of self-identifying gang members, and 40% of law enforcement reported that more than 90% of gang members are people of color. As a result, police and prosecutors are more likely to target people of color for suspected gang association. Conclusion: the legacy of the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act of 1994 continues to harm communities of color, and it's time for lawmakers to dismantle these harmful policies and enact comprehensive public safety solutions that reduce reliance on incarceration, prevent unnecessary criminalization, and eliminate the draconian laws keeping millions of Americans in prison. Okay? I think it's a game till them things come out, right? That's what they say, right? I'm just going to breeze through a little bit of this so you guys get a kind of understanding of what's going on. Look, see this nigga right here? This is us right here. This nigga slamming the gabbling on your ass. Look, it's you right here, right? Let me just see something real quick. Come on. Excuse me. Well, this joint pretty much touched on that, bro. I'm going to play something before I go into this lynching. We're going to continue, man. Yo, if you like to support my channel, the link is in the description. Go to T-Shirt Spring app. I put some new T-shirts up there. If you guys want to support, you can support by, at least at minimum. You know what I'm saying? So, you guys can go to the link is in the description if you care. If you're not, just keep participating and teach yourself, man. Cause remember, ignorance is the real enemy. Shout out to the brother Hakeem Bey for bringing that to my attention, right? So hold up, let me get something real quick. All right, so look. This is your boy Joe. Jim Crow Joe, as they say, right? Let me see what we got going on up in here. Up in this motherfucker, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. Shout out to all the Aborigines North and South. I love you guys, man. You know what I'm saying? Even if I don't know you guys personally, man, I definitely love you guys for you being attentive and trying to at least help yourself, man. Because, it takes a lot to do a lot of these videos, you know what I'm saying? And like I said, man, definitely support who supports you. Real recognize real. I've been your humble servant. When you see when A1 come up, A1 ain't about showing himself. A1 ain't about, none of the theatrical shit, man. This shit is raw and uncut. I can click my screen on right now, go in there and go throw some, I ain't got no Gucci, but I can come dressed to impress. I listen, that shit ain't, for me, that's not what it's about. when you see that symbol is a sign of hope, man, for us as Aborigines, man. And I think that I put my job out there. So when you hear people slandering me or you hear people talking against me, I don't ask nothing from the people, man, except, you know, to support the channel or whatever, man. You know, I've got a lot of work done in this community. And, you know, I'm not no leader. I'm a leader of my family. I'm just a humble servant. I'm just a messenger, man. That's why I'm an L, because what do they call an angel? Messengers. I'm a messenger that was sent by the Most High to basically just put this information out. Whether you agree, disagree, that's on you. But for the most part, man, I've done that 100%. Like I said, man, when you see people telling you, don't worry about this and don't worry about that, we have covered all the shit that niggas is talking about today. Everything have covered in more ways than one. You know what I'm saying? So definitely respect and put some fucking respect on that sign or the channel. My name is Ahanu Kiel. You know what I'm saying? But the Tonsilus one is, like I said, that's a symbol for hope among our people. That's not for a motherfucker to be out here, oh shit, look, this is what nah, it's not for that. This is strictly for the upliftment of the fucking people. This is what this shit is about. It's not about me. It's not about my personal life. It ain't about none of the other theatrics that come with it, man. I'm here for the people. That's all I'm here for. I'm not here for none of that other shit. All right? Peace on our Aborigines, man. Thank you. I appreciate the support, y'all. All right, so let's get into this video real quick. We'll hear your man talk real quick. Jim Crow Joe. Look, let me see something. Let's look at the picture. We're gonna put the picture up. Shit, let me see something. All right, it's man Jim Crow Joe.
Take back the streets. It doesn't matter whether or not the person that is accosting your son or daughter or my son or daughter, my wife, your husband, my mother, your parents. It doesn't matter whether or not they were deprived as a youth. It doesn't matter or not whether or not they had no background that enabled them to become socialized into the fabric of society. It doesn't matter whether or not they're the victims of society. The end result is they're about to knock my mother on the head with a lead pipe, shoot my sister, beat up my wife, take on my sons. So I don't want to ask what made them do this. They must be taken off the street. That's number one. There's a consensus on that. Unless we do something about that cadre of young people, tens of thousands of them, born out of wedlock, without parents, without supervision, without any structure, without any conscience developing, because they literally, I yield myself 3 more minutes, because they literally have not been socialized. They literally have not had an opportunity. We should focus on them now. If we don't, they will, or a portion of them will, become the predators 15 years from now. And Madam President, we have predators on our streets. That society has, in fact, in part because of its neglect, created. Again, it does not mean because we created them that we somehow forgive them or do not take them out of society to protect my family and yours from them. They are beyond the pale, many of those people. Beyond the pale. And it's a sad commentary on society. We have no choice to take them out of society. And the truth is, we don't very well know how to rehabilitate them at that point. That's the sad truth. I'm the guy that said, rehabilitation, when it occurs, we don't understand it, notice it. And even when we notice it and we know it occurs, we don't know why. So you cannot make rehabilitation a condition for release. That's why in our system, there's the federal system, you serve 85% of your time. It's a shame, but we don't know how to rehabilitate. But there is a consensus, and I will cease. A, we must make the streets safer. I don't care why someone is a malefactor in society. I don't care why someone is antisocial. I don't care why they become a sociopath. We have an obligation to cordon them off from the rest of society, try to help them, try to change the behavior. That's why we do in this bill. We have drug treatment and we have other treatments to try to deal with it. But they are in jail, away from my mother, your husband, our families. But we would be absolutely stupid as a society if we didn't recognize the condition that nurtured those folks still exist. And we must deal with that.
All right, you guys. You guys heard. Let me see something real quick. I'm still with y'all. Give me a second. I think it's the same one. Let me see. They said releases with one. Let me see something.
Perspectives change over time. Bobby Rush, member of Congress, said the other day, "I'm ashamed that I voted for the National Crime Bill." You ashamed of that bill?
Not at all. And in fact, I drafted the bill.
You know that.
Unless we do something about that cadre of young people, tens of thousands of them, born out of wedlock, without parents, without supervision, without any structure, without any conscience developed.
All right, y'all. I don't know what happened. It looked like it went off for a second, y'all. But yeah, let me go here real quick. All right, so let's go to this right here real quick. Right? Let me deal with this, right? So it's a change in America, right? Right. It's going to have already been more than 6,400 lynchings since the end of the Civil War. New studies reveal. Now, why was all the lynchings done after the goddamn Civil War? You tell me. Because that's when the terrorism started. And then, let me see something. This thing right here. It said during the Reconstruction era, local governments as well as National Democratic Party and President Andrew Jackson thwarted efforts to help Black Americans move forward. The violence was on the rise, making danger a regular aspect of an African American life. Black schools were vandalized and destroyed, and a band of violent white people attacked, tortured, and lynched Black citizens in the night. Families were attacked and forced off their land. Okay? And forced off their own land. Okay? Across the South. All right. All right. Let me see something before I go into that. So we had something right here. Let me see something real quick. Let me see something real quick. Let me see. Let me pull up. Let me go back to the top right here. It has a search. I got another article up there with lynchings. Let me see something. Search results. And look, they got memorials in damn near every state, right? Delaware, lynched. Damn, this shit go like, look, let's just go to South Carolina real quick. I'm gonna go to Tennessee too. Let me see something. Look, I'm gonna run a list off, right? These are all people who was murdered in South Carolina. So you see, name, murdered in, and this is date right here, right? So we got, might as well say their name too, right? Because they're part of the whole plot as well, right? So F.B. Baker, Lake City, South Carolina, February 22nd, 1898. W.D. Sims, South Carolina, August 24th, 1917. Two unknown Negroes. May the Most High have blessings on them. If them brothers ain't incarnate back to this fucking three-dimensional fucking prison. July 1st, 1903. Michael Adams, South Carolina, December 28, 1889. Dora Baker, South Carolina, February 22nd, 1898. Hayward Banks, May 1893. Peter Bell, December 1889. Walter Best. And I'm quite sure that if we really was to do the knowledge on these brothers, we'll find out that these brothers owned land or they was prominent people, man. And look at the list. Look at the list. See the list? Now this is by states right here, right? Let me see something real quick. I want to go to Georgia. Let's go to Georgia. All right, so they got memorials in all of them. Look how many people in Georgia. Now these are unknown people. They ain't even got no names for some of these people. Look, all these people, some of these people are unknown. Look, let's just keep going. Look at this shit. Look, now, I'm past 100. I'm probably in the like 300 range right now of how many people in total. Look, this shit keep going. All these are lynching people. Now look, I mean, our ancestors that was lynched. Now look, so even went all the way to 1940, Austin Calloway, right? Let's see, let's click on him real quick. Let's see who he was. They ain't got much on him. Let me see something. Yeah, they ain't got much on this guy right here. So they publicly apologized for the lynching. Let's see. Oh, now they publicly apologized in 2017, right? That's a lot of people right here, man. That's a lot of people in Georgia alone. Let me see Tennessee. Look, more unknown Negroes, right? The reason why I'm going to Tennessee is because this is where the Klan was created at, right? So let's see. It's about too many people for me to sit here and count. But I think Georgia may have more. But remember, all of that shit is still connected, man. Look, all the people. Pulaski, Tennessee. See? Let me see something. Let's go back to here. All right. There have been more than 6,400 lynchings since the end of the Civil War. New study reveals. Now, we know why. Because remember, the KKK was just for, right? Let me see something. Federal authorities investigate the hanging deaths of 2 black men this month. They're saying a new report found nearly 2,000 lynchings of black people by white mobs. White mobs. I remember the white mobs was people coming in trying to take the goddamn city. It wasn't because of no nigga was messing with no white woman. It wasn't because of none of that shit. It was to take over the fucking cities, because most of the people who got lynched was people who had businesses. They was business owners. You understand? And they just, and like I said, most of them had guns and they was fighting back and they got caught and got killed. You know what I'm saying? In most cases. So they're saying the equal justice and tentative Reconstruction in American study, the 12-year period of Reconstruction after the Civil War, that the rate of racial terror lynching was nearly 3 times as much as it would be the next 50 years, right? So why? Why was it so? Because these are where all these fucking cities is at. This is where all the goddamn cities was at, where we already had cities, and they was running into the cities, burning the cities down in some cases, looting, stealing shit, and killing people. And they want to, oh, well, this was because of white men. So that made it okay. And there's there's fucking thousands of stories that all is like this. You understand what I'm saying? Even the whole thing with Emmett Till. I don't think Emmett Till whistled at no woman. I think that they was just jealous because the boy was sharply dressed. You know what I'm saying? And he came from the South. I mean, he came from Chicago, however it go, because they saying Chicago wasn't like the South of wherever he went. It was a little bit more different down there in Mississippi. But however it go, right? It says in 2015, the EJI reported more than 4,400 documented lynchings of black people between 1877 and 1950. Now, look, why is there none before 1877? Oh, because they was all slaves and no, motherfuckers. That's when you guys finally uprise and you guys created a system which you would write us out of fucking history, man. That's what really took place. You had too many black business owners. Go back to my William Ellison bill. Okay, I don't have to make a 20-point series on fucking black slave owners for you guys to fucking get it. You understand what I'm saying? Go back and check the William Ellison. I promise you this shit is deep. Go back and check the fucking build out. Okay? Go back and check it out. Plus, go back and check my slave owners in the South, man. I got videos I did on that 3-4 years ago and read through the whole Carter G. Carter G. Woodson free Negro slave owners in the South. Went through all of them. So go back and check the video out if you think I'm fucking bullshit and you factor that in with the fact that you think that this shit been happening since 1619 until now. It's impossible. It could not been happening like that. It's fucking possible, right? Since 4,400, average of 60 lynchings each year during Reconstruction. Now, 60 lynchings each year. And they showing you 3 goddamn, like what, since the beginning of this year, you had the shit with the dude, Ahmaud, whatever, Aubrey, rest in peace if that shit really happened. Damn, I'm sorry to forget the sister name. I'm so sorry to forget that. Please forgive me for forgetting her name. But the one with the police ran in the house or whatever, right? But nobody talking about that shit. They wasn't really talking about that. But however it goes, I'm sorry, however it goes, we had Ahmaud Arbery, then we had the sister or whatever, and then we had George Floyd, right? And now we got this shooting now, this nigga running around the car getting shot, which looked funny. That looked crazy. That looked crazy that shit happened. You understand what I'm saying? And I know goddamn well with all this a civil unrest, whether you believe it's real or not, that the police got more sense than that. So I think this is just another way to just put another battery in your back for you to get upset and get emotional. Because they already just fucking said they're gonna boycott the fucking game. So you think they keep showing you this shit now all of a sudden or whatever? It's a movement. And what you hearing all of these niggas say, we gotta vote. Vote for what? I just showed you all of the people that died since when Obama was in fucking office. So now we gotta put the same nigga in who made. Come on, you guys can't be this fucking retarded, man. Black people right now on fucking Facebook arguing. Oh, they making excuses up for these motherfuckers. One thing I can say about Trump, he not a politician. So the shit that he did, it didn't affect millions of people like that crime bill, like some of the other race fucking shit that these people pass, man. Now imagine you passing a bill like that and investing in private prisons at the same goddamn time. Imagine that. Imagine that scenario. Imagine you the one who made the bill and invest. This nigga own an island. How the fuck do you own an island and you a fucking senator? How? How did you get that? Like, come on, think about it, man. All right, so let me see some what it says. All right, it says, hold up. During Reconstruction, there were more than 160 lynchings each year on a total. So 160 lynchings, right? It's saying a total of 2,000 from 1865 until 1876. There have been more than 64. When they say 64, it might be triple that amount. Okay? 6,400 lynchings since the end of the Civil War, not including those that occurred after 19. Well, they was lynching black people because black people out of slavery was able to come and able to rise. Yeah, get the fuck out. They already had them towns, man. Ain't no fucking slaves going into no Black Wall Street and building what they built there and studying economics and having all of the economical advancements unless we already had that. And then if we Hey, yo, how long I been on mute for? This shit keep kicking me out for some reason. I'm not pressing the mute button. This shit been kicking me out twice. And it don't never happen like that. What didn't y'all hear? Did y'all hear the part when I was going over the lynching? Look at AP for a second. 2 minutes. Y'all heard most of the stuff I was talking about with the lynching, right? No, this shit keep kicking me out. You see, when I came back in, I was kicked out, right? Some of it. I'm sorry about that, y'all. I'm not gonna go back over it though, because it was a lot to talk about. Yeah, the shit keep kicking me out, yo. Let me see something. All right, so you know what? I don't like it, but fuck it. The shit gonna get out. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, let's go back to here. We was here. All right. So we was talking about this. All right, so you guys can hear this, right? All right, so look. It's saying, so what Rockefeller Gates wanted to keep the people barefoot and pregnant, if it were, right? It's saying the public, of course, heard nothing of this secret conspiracy, nor do they now. Meanwhile, John Dewey wrote a book after explaining a new approach to education, which would put less emphasis on facts, knowledge, scholarships, and so on, with more emphasis on children working and playing in perfect harmony. John Dewey did not like... Sorry about that. Piece of guy, AP, man. Good luck, my brother. So John Dewey did not like the academic success. If one child knows what the Mississippi is and another child doesn't, that opens up a social rift in the classroom. The best solution apparently is to make sure nobody knows what Mississippi is. The tendency which started then and continues now is to teach less so that no one suffers low self-esteem, which is bullshit, right? It ain't got nothing to do with no self-esteem. It's saying, so around 1910, Rockefeller millions and Dewey brain converged on a simple goal. Simple-minded kids is dumbed down school. Henry Ford and other industrialists needed reliable workers who didn't need to know what Mississippi, what the Mississippi, right? Basically, I don't know why they saying that, but it probably some method to their madness about them just mentioning Mississippi. Bro. The pressure coming from every direction was for the traditional education. Perfect docility would suffice. Several events locked these these unfortunate tendencies in place. The Russian Revolution was a consolidation by 1920. Less than 10 years later, the American economics went into depression. The left was ecstatic. It said now they knew that Karl Marx was right. Now, remember, Black Lives Matter also, the girls said they was taught on Marxism, and that's what they practiced. The U.S. was an evil failure. John Dewey idea were finally true. The tendencies we have today were locked in place. By 1930, the schools were not for academic excellency. Now, that's the reason why they send these kids to private schools, right? Because the regular fucking daycare center from fucking pre-K to goddamn 12th grade. Because understand this, right? When you first start off, they call it elementary, right? Elementary is to learn the elements, right? And then after elementary, you're supposed to go to a higher school, right? A higher school, right? And then after high school, you go to a college, right? Then after college, you're ready for the university, which they deem the university, all right? So, let me see something. The schools were not academic excellent. They were social engineering. Okay, social engineering. Now they don't need, they got Facebook and all this other shit, TikTok and all this other social engineering for you guys, right? Which would keep people under control. The ghost of Rockefeller and John Dewey turned out to be twins. One result of this K through 12 conspiracy is at least the appropriate people obsessed with the least hopeful idea, educationally speaking, migrated to education. These people who value education not for the sake of its own, but for social schemes they had in mind. Whether a kid could read or do, damn, I can't get that word. I'm sorry. I can't get that. I'm sorry about that, yo, you guys. It's saying, or know very much is not the primary concern for these people. Nice, there you have it, man. This is called American Thinkers, the K through 12 conspiracy. Shit, there's some more stuff on this too. That's some other shit. But let's, before we get out of here, let's go back to this real quick. And just take a look, man. Rest in peace, brothers and sisters. Aborigines lives matter, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, we didn't count them. These are all the people who was murdered under the man Biden and his crime bill. I ain't say that this crime bill is the reason for these people to be passed, but it put more police on the street. It made police have to answer quotas because all that shit trickled down. If the state, if the private prisons got contracts with the state and the state have to keep fucking inmates in there in the state, then like I said, they have to create conditions to where people wouldn't be successful. So therefore, like I said, this whole shit is a goddamn trap from everything. Even the fact that, you know what I'm saying? What are you doing? Even hold on, let me go help my daughter. Hold up. But shit, man, this is, you know what I'm saying? Because like I said, man, after you seen Eric Gardner die, and they still didn't arrest the cops, like, and he did a blatant chokehold, which they all said was illegal, but the cop didn't get the, you see what I'm saying? Like I said, this shit, because if that was the matter, then that cop would have got locked up as a result of that. You know what I'm saying? Which everybody's seen, and you already said that it was illegal, so why did the motherfucker go to jail? Because like they tell you that the prosecutor, if they want, they can convict a goddamn ham sandwich. So, you know, like I said, there's a lot of games. A lot of this shit is staged. A lot of these protests is staged. A lot of these situations in which you think right now is all staged events, man. So, you know, rest in peace to these brothers and sisters, man, from this time. Rest in peace to brothers and sisters. It's definitely sad. Yeah, man. Definitely. So I don't know what to say, man, going forward, but I tell you guys something, man. Enlighten yourself. Don't fall for the bullshit. Don't be a slave of a mental death. You know what I'm saying? Definitely, you know, shit. Don't run from no information, man. Don't never let nobody tell you what you can't. Because when a person tell you what you can't do, then they become your God. You understand what I'm saying? You know, it's okay to ask questions, but sometimes the questions shouldn't be answered, especially if you don't put no fucking work in. So, with that being said, man, you already know who this is, man. It's the God, Ahanu Kiel, aka A1, aka Tantralist One. You already know how it is, man. Yeah, illegal, right? See that? Man. an illegal chokehold, and this nigga still ain't go to jail. See what I'm saying? Still ain't go to jail. He said he started. You said hold up. This one. Peace to brother Dak Hazen, if I'm pronouncing your name right, my brother. So it's telling you. So Rockefeller started Spillman. It's so we accept medicine, yeah, and not just Spillman. It's all the black colleges. If I pull up, I can pull up and show you the 4 points to their general education. They have 4 points, and the last point was the Negro education, which these where these colleges came from. You see what I'm saying? So I mean, it's beyond a conspiracy when it comes to this, man. This shit can be proven, and there's people out here that's, you know what I'm saying, in denial, and they picking and choosing and saying, well, this guy is not that bad, and this guy is worse than this guy, and etc. Man, you got to really do the knowledge, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, anytime you vote for somebody to be trying to make the quality of your life better means they your God as well. You got to make the quality of life better for yourself. And if that means you have to go out there and talk to these young Negroes and tell them, like, someone, you ain't gonna be able to help all of them. Some of these niggas gonna have to perish. Some of these niggas gonna have to die off because you ain't gonna be able to help all of them. But for the ones that can, and I'm not even saying that, but that's gonna be the sad reality of it. Because these people let this music, you let these rappers, you let these low vibrational women, rappers, you let these are demons. They're not my sisters. Cardi B ain't my goddamn sister. Meg Thee Stallion ain't mine. Because if you was my sister, you would be promoting something that's positive. I don't want to hear, oh, that's all they know. Well, I'm gonna put you in a category with the rest of people who know what they know until you uplift yourself. But you want the fame. So therefore, what comes with the fame is come with the fact that niggas should isolate your ass and not even deal with you. You know what I'm saying? So you guys out there listening to this low vibrational, demonic fucking music, and you play it around your children here, and all we do is make excuses. Nah, nigga, try to educate us. If it's meant for you to do that. Like I said, some people it's not meant for them to do that. Some people it's not meant for them to do that. It's meant for people to be these low vibrational entities and be in these situations, man. So definitely, man, if you happen to be one of the brothers that's listening to this, man, and you know, you happen to be one of the, you know, definitely one of the enlightened ones, because you know this information is not, people ain't making this type of shit. You know, so I can go back and make an Aborigine video later on, but this is an Aborigine video for the most part. So just remember, man, for the most part, man, who you are as a people. Keep studying, keep learning who you are. And with that being said, no sound. You can't hear me? Mic check, mic check. Y'all can't, hold up, y'all can't hear me? You guys can't hear me? Okay, y'all hear me. All right, no doubt. Just remember that, man. Just remember that, man. It's not about me personally. It's about the people. I'm not here to talk about myself. I'm here to talk about the conditions that we face as a people in generally, man. So we gotta definitely understand that, you know, you got brothers out there that's doing that, and no knock to them, let them do that. And you know, if that what moves you guys, then you know that's up to you guys though. But I said, man, just educate yourself, man, and try your best to get to where you need to get, man. So with that being said, man, it's your brother Hanu Kiel, aka A1, aka Tauntonist One. You guys are Tauntonist ones as well. Peace to the gods, peace to the goddesses. With that being said, I'm out of here, man. Peace.